Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Hello. Yes, it looks like everybody has gotten some coffee and something to drink in-house. Good. Please feel free to go and get something if you haven't already. Grab a drink, grab something to eat. We're about to get started. Welcome to those who are online as well. My name is Karen Cross. You probably remember me from last night.
And my name is Crystal Griffiths, and we are your moderators for the weekend.
So, for those who are online, I want to greet you and also invite you to get in the chat. And we want to know how you are doing today and what you were thinking when all of our different speakers come on. So, if you can just press that chat button either on your phone, just say hello to us now, and we can say hello back to you. Thank you for joining us online.
And we want to welcome everyone that's here in-house today. I'm happy to see all the beautiful faces in the house, and even more blessed to have all of you guys here. I know that there are a lot of seeds of change that were planted last night, and we're going to continue that work today through all our workshops.
Did you guys have a good time last night? Yes. Was it not blessed? Yes. It was a good time last night, and I'm very happy to continue it on today.
So we also have a lot of sponsors that help to contribute to this weekend. Our sponsors include Paulette Sterling, Chief Representative Officer, Jamaica National Bank, Metro, Loblaws, Gerrard Square Shopping Center, Toyota Cars, Kia Cars, and Women on the Rise Ministries, who host this conference each year.
Women on the Rise. This ministry has been around for quite a while. And Women on the Rise was founded by Reverend Dr. E. Bonnie Martin in 2002. Her legacy continues with a team of strong, visionary women who seek to empower the lives of women. Our purpose or our vision statement is that Women on the Rise nurtures, promotes, supports women's empowerment, personal development, spiritual maturity, and networking. We say no to abuse. Now, Sister Bonnie Martin was the person who created this, visioned it. Now we have Sister Jenny Powell, who is the director of Women on the Rise. If you don't know her, get to know her. She is a powerhouse. And if you know Sister Jenny, once she finds out that you're good at something, she will find a way to make sure that you are working and doing something within the ministry. She is a wonderful woman of God. I don't know if she's actually here or she's in her office. Is she around?
She is always working. So she is in her office and she's working.
Well, you know what? Whether she's here or in her office, can we just give her a big round of applause? She has done so much work for months ahead of this conference, and so I just want to make sure that we give her her flowers while she's here. Thank you so much. Can we actually do a better job than that? I want to make sure if she's in her office out by the door that she can hear us giving her a clap and giving her wonderful. Thank you. And I also want to say thank you to the staff. We have lots of staff here today who have taken time out of their life and out of taking their time off work to be here to make sure this conference is moving very well. So I want to say a good thank you to the staff members who are here. And if you're not sure who they will be wearing this pink pin on their shirt. If you have any questions, about the program today, please feel free to ask those questions of those ladies.
So Women on the Rise has been really impactful and it's reaching women across the GTA and across the world. We have a lot of women that are in different parts of the world that are tuning in today. Women on the Rise brings forth different programs and community virtual events. Women on the Rise continues to promote and support women's empowerment, personal development, spiritual maturity, network. It's just reaching a lot of women everywhere. So we want to make sure that we continue that work this weekend.
Yes. So, before we get started, there's a few things that I needed to make sure that we understand with the housekeeping. So first of all, we do have washrooms on both floors. We have washrooms right out this door and around the corner. And then we also have 2 bathrooms upstairs. So if you would like, when we have our breaks, please feel free. We also have, the garbage is very particular. We have regular garbage and also organic. So we just make sure that we put the right garbage in the right place. And then we will have lunch at about 12 o'clock this afternoon. And so when we get to that portion of the afternoon, we'll make sure that we will align and be organized to do that.
So to open up the conference today, we want to invite Sister Levine McCullough up to do a prayer.
Good morning to you all. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to give praises unto his name. Let us reverence the Lord right now in prayer. Father, we honor you. Father, we worship you. This is the day that the Lord has made, and I will rejoice and be glad. Oh, that I would praise you, God, for your goodness and for your love and your mercy and your blessing towards us. Here we are, another year, as we celebrate this conference, as we celebrate this awesome body of ladies gathering here to be refreshed, to be renewed, to get something, as our topic said, change. I pray today, God Almighty, when there will be transformation for every ladies that walk through these doors. I pray, Father God, for each and every speakers, when, oh God Almighty, for your divine direction, that there will be application to whatever we will hear today. Father, we look to thee right now. We ask thee right now, when you will take full control of today, let your will be done. Lord, we give you glory. We give you praise. Take it out of our hand and let your will be done. Have thine own way as we worship you, Jesus, as we adore you and glorify your name. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Son. Thank you, Holy Ghost.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Sister Levine. All right, we are here this afternoon, but we're not going to be stuffy. This is our time to be friendly, to loosen up ourselves, to get to know one another. Listen, I know I look across the room and there's lots of faces that I've seen year after year, and I'm just so happy to see you. So I'm going to give you an opportunity now, if you guys can stand up. Just a little bit.
So just a little bit, just a little bit.
And what I'm going to ask you to do, and Java, if you could play some sort of music while we're doing this, we're just going to greet each other. I'm going to ask if you can find 3 people who you haven't seen. No, Java, we need something a little bit more upbeat. We're happy, we're celebrating, so we need something more upbeat. If you could find 3 people, maybe one who you know, but 2 people who you don't know, and just greet them and tell them that you're happy to see them and to see them here. Okay, is that okay?
And one other thing, I want you guys to also talk to that person around, what do you want to get out of this weekend? Okay, so really get to know each other, okay?
And for those online, we didn't forget about you. You still have time to go call a friend, send the link, let them know to join them online right now for this conference. We'll give you a few minutes. Javad, can you give us something lively, please? All right, ladies, let's greet and say hello to everyone. All right, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Now we're all friends, right? Yes, we're all friends, right? On this side of the room, we're all friends. We know each other. We're comfortable. We've had something to eat, so we're good to go. All right, if you could just find your seat and we'll get started.
I love the networking that's happening.
Yes. All right, so we're going to get started with our first speaker of the morning. It is Janice Squire James, BSc, MSc. Janice Squire is a visionary and excellent communicator who is known for her passion and commitment to making a positive impact on the hurting and broken individuals in society. As a care navigator for mental health patients, she organizes solutions for their well-being. Janice earned an MSc in Special Education from Nova Southeastern University and a BSc Honors in Guidance Counseling from the Northern Caribbean University. Her academic journey laid the foundation for her achievements and ignited her drive for meaningful change. Through her compelling talks, she shares her experience, challenges, and lessons learned, inspiring other women to pursue their dreams and cultivate a deeper walk with God. Janice Squire is a licensed minister with the Church of God of Prophecy. Her journey and quest for excellence continue to inspire and uplift individuals from all walks of life, leaving an indelible mark on the world. Minister Janice loves to pray and lives by the mantra, when Jesus comes, the tempter power is broken. She's married to Mike and the mother of 2 sons, 1 daughter, and a beautiful granddaughter. Okay, I hope I don't mess this up. Ruel? Why my tongue doesn't want to say thank you. Raja, Carolyn, and Aliana, who have been her power of strength through life's journey. If you can come with me and just give a round of applause for Janice Squire James.
Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Praise God. Javoy?
Everything I give to. Sometimes it's hard for me to understand why we pull away from each other.
I just want you to listen to the word of that song, and if you can just go ahead and sing.
Walk in the same road, yet we build dividing walls between our brothers and ourselves. But I don't care what label you may wear. If you believe in Jesus, you belong with me. The bond we share is all I care to see, and we'll change the world forever. You will join with me. Join and sing, sing, you're my brother.
Just say that to the person beside you, you're my brother. As the music is being played. Yes, Sister Clover, tell her that she's your sister. Hold on to the person.
We'll walk side by side as long as there is
long as there is love, we will stand. Thank you, Rajay. I greet you this morning to the 21st annual Women on the Rise conference. I bring you greetings. I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. I want this to be an interactive session, and the topic today is relationship matters, developing the sisterhood friendship. First, I want us to understand that sisterhood encompasses the bond between women, whether biological sisters, friends, or even colleagues, and it plays a vital role in personal growth, emotional well-being, and empowerment. I want us to understand that a sister, according to Isadora James, is a gift to the heart, a friend to the spirit, a golden thread to the meaning of life. Okay. So what we want to do now, I want us to look at a definition of sisterhood. In an article in the Emerge Woman magazine, the writer gave the definition of sisterhood, and I quite like the definition. Sisterhood, the writer says, refers to the deep connection and sense of camaraderie between women built on trust, underline the word trust, understanding, and mutual friendship. Okay. I want us also to understand that it is a relationship characterized by empathy. Empathy, shared experiences, and a commitment to nurturing one another. Carol Saline says sisters function as safety nets in a chaotic world simply by being there for each other. Oh, Lord. Okay, so Sister Pam, you come stand up beside me and help us do this thing. All right. So I want us to understand today that sisterhood relationship is biblical. So if you're going to think that it is not biblical, yes, it is. You're going to be in charge of moving this for me, please. So before we delve into it, some prominent examples include the relationship between Mary and Martha, the sisters of Lazarus, and we found that in the book of Luke and also in the book of John. Another notable example is the strong bond between Ruth and Naomi. And we all know the story of Ruth and Naomi. I remember I had to be, revising that when I was in primary school. And Ruth said, "Entreat me not to leave thee." And we remember that, right? So sisters offer love and support. In biblical sense, emphasis is placed on love and support and encouragement among women of faith. Sisters also aids your spiritual growth, and I am speaking now based on biblical examples. Sisterhood is also about nurturing spiritual growth and accountability. And in the interest of time, I want to make sure that we go through this as, quickly as possible. But in order to build your sisterhood relationship, I want us to understand that every person in here are from a different social background and social class. So how they will do something in Sister Ellis's home, they might not necessarily do it in my home. And there are some persons, based on your culture, or Jamaicans behave a particular way, and we know that our culture dictates certain things, while there are other cultures that dictate how we behave. So with all of that, we are unique, and it helps us to build that sisterhood bond. There are some factors that does affect our sisterhood relationship, and I call them personality traits. First, there are some of us who are extrovert, and Sister Jenny always used the word, you're a social butterfly, while some of us are introvert. So extroverted individuals are typically outgoing, sociable, energized, and sometimes or most times they are fun to be around. They may enjoy spending time with their sisters, engaging in group activities, and initiating social interaction. You're an extrovert, you're outgoing, while there are some of your sisters who are introverted. What they tend to do is they tend to be more reserved and introspective. So there are some of us who will not talk, and we need to learn to appreciate each other for who they are. And that's the thing. I remember working in an organization, and there were persons who were just outgoing, therefore you put them in a certain place. And when we started to select who should work at the front or who should be back end, what we looked for was the personality that comes out. And there are some people you will never get them talk, and don't force that on them. When you learn to appreciate and understand persons' behavior, then you will be more sympathetic. There are some persons based on their homes that they are coming from. You will never get them say a word. And there are some of us who just, the home we are coming from, we are outgoing, so we are just chat, 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 chat. And then in the Caribbean, we learned that we must be seen and not heard. So that is still serving a number on many of us, because we know that we should not open our mouth. We should be seen and not heard. So psychologically, it is somewhere at the back of our heads. All our lives we are growing up, we know that we must be seen and not. So we must shut up our mouths. So some of us live, and so as a result of that, you will find some of us, we are not able to socialize as we ought to, because our parents and our family and our culture has played a number on us. You can't force somebody to be who they are not. And I'll just deal with one more personality, and then we move on to the other area. So another one is agreeableness versus assertiveness. Agreeable individuals are generally cooperative, empathetic, and harmonious in their relationship. They prioritize maintaining peace and avoiding conflicts, which can contribute to a supportive and nurturing sisterhood dynamic. On the other hand, assertive individuals are more inclined to express their opinions, set boundaries, and assert their needs. While assertiveness can promote healthy communication and personal growth, it may also lead to clashes if not balanced with empathy and sensitive to others' feelings. We must be sensitive to each other's feelings. And there are some person, the words that come from their mouth is so damaging. Sisters, can we start thinking before we talk? We hurt each other. Some persons are scarred for life because of the words that come out of our mouths. Words that comes out, they're they make a mark in your life, on your heart for life. I can remember a teacher telling me in school that I am going to be using tinning lamp to search for the days I spent in school. And I purpose in my heart that I will not use that. Anybody know tinning lamp? Yes, that I'm going to be using tinning lamp to search for the years I spent in school. And I don't know why this lady was beating me the morning when I was late for school, running to school, and she gave me a proper thrashing. And she said, you're going to use tinning lamp to search for. But I decided that I'm not using any tinning lamp to search for any days. So I have to rise against what was sown in my spirit. So we use words that hurt and cut. Sometimes we are very hard to each other as sisters. We look down and we behave as though we are nobody. And there are some words that are sown in even our black brothers and sisters' lives here that we need to mash down those lies. A professor at university said to me, anything you want to hide from a black person, put it in a book. You know what I have to start doing? I start reading like me stupid. Because I say, no, that cannot be something that is good for us. And the words that we use, we kill each other with our tongue. But I decree and I declare that our tongues will come in alignment with the will and purpose of God. And we will stop killing each other with our tongues. Deadly. Say deadly to somebody. So I want us to understand that every sister, you have a role. And in the realm of interpersonal relationships and communication, there are two terms. And every time I move, all I can hear are those two terminologies: gatekeepers and gaslighters. So a gatekeeper who is someone who controls access to something, whether it is information, opportunities, or connection. They have the power to decide who gets in or out. There are some of us right in here, we are gatekeepers in sisterhood. We decide who you talk to and who don't talk to you. Essentially, gatekeepers act as either the person to open or close the gate. In interpersonal relationship, a gatekeeper might control the flow of communication, resources, or even emotional support. It is manifested through various tactics, some of which I'll include. Inclusivity. This involves creating an atmosphere of just being exclusive. This is an exclusive group. You can't come in. All the sister trying to talk to you and the sister trying to get help. You decide it's a closed door group, so nobody get in. You know, like I remember when I think of it, I say bull in a pen. Knowledge tests. Gatekeepers might employ a tactic where they challenge newcomers to prove their knowledge of or commitment to a topic. Gatekeepers may enforce strict definition of identity or beliefs, dismissing those who don't conform to their specific standards. So they close the doors on you, Sister Pam. But there are advantages in being a gatekeeper. They allow control to be there. Gatekeepers have a sense of control over situations, which can give them a feeling of power and of authority. There are some persons who will never be in a sisterhood group or talk to you as a sister unless they can control you. They have to be in charge. And you better listen to me or else. You know, the bully, they are also influential. They can shape the direction of conversations, decisions, and outcomes by regulating access to certain information or resources. But there are disadvantages to being a gatekeeper. Isolation. Excessive gatekeeping can lead to isolation and strained relationship, as others may feel excluded or dismissed. Miscommunication. Filtering information might inadvertently lead to miscommunication or misunderstanding among those who don't have access to the full picture. This is the one that the Lord has been laying on my heart. Gaslighters. Let me hear you say gaslighters. Say it again, gaslighters. So a gaslighter is someone who manipulates another person's perception of reality to make them doubt their own thoughts, feelings, or experience. This can be done through lies, denial, or they use other tactics with the intention of making the victim question their own sanity or judgment. And I want us to look at some qualities of a gaslighter. They exert power and control. They gain power, a sense of power, by exerting control over another person's thoughts and emotions. We have some people like that who believe that they control even what is in your mind. Anytime you see somebody trying to control you, so take your foot in your hand and they manipulate you. Gaslighters can help the manipulator achieve their goals by undermining the victim's confidence and decision-making abilities. They say that you can't make the decision. You're not capable of making the decision. And what they do, they take charge of you. There are some persons, you can't even go to supermarket unless they give you the permission. And they hold on to you so tight and say, you can't even, if they're not coming to church, you can't go, because why you need to go? Don't bother to go today. The message you're going to be preaching, that is going to happen. Don't go that school. They controlled you. If you have a friend like that, that is so controlling. Gas lighters, all right. So, in a healthy relationship, we know that there are disadvantages of being a gaslighter. It's a harmful relationship. They erode trust and damages relationship, often lead to emotional distress of the victim. Over time, victims of gaslighting may become isolated from friends. You have some people, they were friendly once, and once they get into certain friendship, you notice they don't even have the ability to talk to you again. It's like they're shut down from the world. It's because whoever they are wrapping up with is such a gaslighter. They isolate you. They work on your mind, your emotion, and they shut you down, because once you become friend with this person, can I use the word like it's your doom, you can't move forward. And any relationship that you're in that not propelling you to the next level of your life, that is not encouraging you, mash it down and get rid of it. It's time that we understand that if you're in a relationship and you're a friend with somebody that is not taking you anywhere, that is not a friend. If you're a friend and you can't say to me, Janice, you need to go to school and better yourself. What is your qualification? Friend must be honest with friends. And my friend is not supposed to be telling me what I want to hear, because whatever I want to hear might be dangerous for me. I dare to say gaslighters or gaslighting has ethical consequences. Engaging in gaslighting behavior is ethically and morally questionable, and it can have legal implication in some cases. In healthy relationships, it is important to strive for open and honest communication while respecting each other's perspective and boundaries. Being a gatekeeper should be balanced with inclusiveness and transparency, while avoiding gaslighting behaviors is crucial for maintaining trust and emotional well-being. If you find yourself dealing with a gatekeeper or a gaslighter, seeking support from trusted friends, family members, or professionals can help you navigate the situation more effectively. I am going to be reading something, and you're going to be saying gaslighters. So listen to them. I want you to listen carefully. The gaslighter tells the victim an event or conversation didn't happen the way the victim remembers it. The gaslighter interrupts the victim or tries to change the subject. Like you said, let's talk about your birthday. You're the gaslighter now. Hey, can we get something to eat? You said, I never said that. I never said that. Gaslighter, no, that's not how it happened at all. It happened, the change in the subject. They always make you feel like you have done something wrong. There are some of them even make you feel like you're MAD. The gaslighter refuses to engage in conversation with the victim or address their concern. Your concern to the gaslighter doesn't matter, and there are some people around us that are like that. Talk truth and shame the devil, man, don't it? Sometimes, you know what the gaslighter does? You're there saying, oh boy, them turn up the television on you because they don't want you to hear what you have to say. What you are saying doesn't matter to the gaslighters, and we need to mash down those personalities. And the gaslighter, you bring up a serious matter, something is affecting you, and you bring up the matter to the gaslighter. You know what the gaslighter say? Oh no, it's okay. That's all right. Don't bother about it. You have a serious concern and a serious problem. And this person constantly gaslighting. And every time I prepare this thing for this presentation, all I hear is gaslighters. So we have them around us, man. The gaslighter insults and degrades the victim, so they come to doubt themselves. You don't need anybody around you that you have to be doubting if you're you. The gaslighter make you feel like you're an idiot. You have no clue what you're saying. You sound really crazy when you talk like that. The gaslighter undermines the victim in order to make them incompetent. The gaslighter threatens a negative outcome for not trusting them or their perspective. If you can't see things my way, the relationship is over. And then poor some of us, because our self-esteem is so low, all when them say, oh, you know, I'm going to mash up the friendship with you. Oh, all right, may we do it then? Because you don't want to lose that friendship. And they say, oh, you don't even look good. Look at your shoes. All right, I'm going to mash up this relation. Oh, no, you can't. And you feel like you can't live without the person. If you're in those relationships, they are dangerous. Sisters, we don't need to fight each other and push and we're in this thing together. That's why I started out with you're my brother, you're my sister. But until we realize that no man is an island, no man stands alone. There are none of us here that can do without each other. I need you. It is sad to say, because of some of our self-esteem, the devil has sold us some lies that you cannot move without that person. And the person constantly at you. You never do anything good. I had a co-worker. And the co-worker, no matter how you dress Friday day, you know, because every other day you have to wear uniform. So Friday day, everybody come to the office in Jamaica all dressed. No matter how you dress. Oh, that dress is nice, but you know, that dress is nice, but it would look better on me. No, listen to me, for God in heaven's sake, we need to learn to celebrate each other. We're not competing. We're complementing. And there is too much competition going on. If you have a dress and you look nice, I celebrate you. If pastor preach and she preach well, I celebrate my pastor. But there are some people who cannot celebrate each other. It's time for us to start celebrate our sisters. You are brilliant. You are good. You are bright. You are doing well. You know how many people waiting for a compliment? They never get it at home. There are persons who don't know what it is for somebody to say, I love you. And they build relationship for you to tell them that you love them. And all you do is gaslighting. I'm sorry. Nobody no better than you. I'm sorry. Nobody is better than you. And you're not better. One time in Jamaica, Pastor Harvey was preaching. And I don't know who troubled Bishop Harvey that morning. Bishop Harvey said, sometimes I wonder if some of you go to the bathroom. But we need to learn to love and appreciate each other. And there are some of us who never grew up with any love, so it's like we have to learn it. So I'm asking you and my sister, take time with me. Oosh. I might be rough on the edges, but help to make me who I am supposed to be. That's why we have sisters. And there are benefits to sisterhood relationship. Emotional support. Sisters provide a safe space for sharing. And we need to be careful. Because if you're going to be talking the sister business and you know you have a problem with confidentiality, tell her, don't bother tell you. We need to be honest with ourselves. You know you can't keep it. Just say, you know what, I have a problem. Please don't tell me your business because I'm going to talk it. But some of us, we strive on hearing people's business. I didn't plan to say that. Come on, Janice. We strive on hearing people's business, and when we hear it, what we do? Immediately as we hear it, we're gone like bolt. We need to empower each other. Sisterhood promotes personal growth, self-esteem. If you know, say a sister not so nice with her self-esteem, and you tell her she look good and she bow her head, there are persons who cannot look you in the eye. There are some persons, when they're talking to you, they have to be doing that. Help each other make it, man. They can't face you because of what? Some persons, their heart speaks louder. You see that they are going through some hard time. And listen to me, I remember, you see, sisterhood is important, and I'm going to tell you something. And I remember in Jamaica, I lost my husband, and I went to church, and I was crying. That's the first Sunday going back after Ray's death. And I went into the ladies' bathroom. I was looking on myself to make sure that I was okay to go into church. And I stood there because I don't know how to deal with this thing of a death. Somebody I love died. And I greeted a sister. I said, how are you? The sister said, I'm much better than you because I have a husband and you don't have one. I died again in that bathroom. How many of us are unkind to each other? I couldn't pull myself out of the bathroom. I stood there like I couldn't move. I couldn't get out of the bathroom, but Bishop Nathan Taylor was at the door of the bathroom to greet me. He realized that something was wrong. And as sisters, when you miss a sister, they don't look like they normally look. Reach out. We must nurture healthy sisterhood. Respect boundaries. Conflict, we must be keen on conflict resolution. We're from different homes and we will have our differences. But it's how we deal with them. I remember traveling with a couple every morning to work when I was much younger. And when I traveled with the couple, I could not understand. Every morning they quarrel. And one morning they asked for my intervention. And I said, God, what am I going to say? I was scared. And I said to them, like the Lord just download. And I said to them, the two of you cannot be fire. One must be fire and one must be water. Because what water does. All right. So when I said that, everything just in the car. Sisters, we cannot all be fire. Somebody must be water in our sisterhood friendship. We need to celebrate differences. And I want us to understand that trust is important in our relationship. We need to challenge our sisters to be better. Stop comparing and having competition. And there is one thing that for sure, there are many of us who are jealous after our sisters. Just like biological sisters, some people behave jealous after their sisters, like the Cinderella syndrome. I'll close here in the interest of time, but in concluding, sisterhood is powerful and an enriching relationship that contributes to personal growth, emotional well-being, and empowerment. By nurturing sisterhood through effective communication, trust, shared experience, and mutual support, we can create lasting and fulfilling relationship with our sisters. Let us embrace sisterhood and empower one another on this journey called life. I want us to understand that Pam Brown says, when sisters stand shoulder to shoulder, who stands a chance against us? I bless you, sisters. I bless you.
Thank you. Wow. Such a powerful message. Such a powerful message. Such a powerful presentation. Thank you. You know, what really stood out to me, I think about, positive affirmation, right? Like what we say to ourselves every day and how that impacts us, because then that impacts somebody else, right? Hurt people, right? So we have to really make sure that we're giving ourselves that positive affirmation. I think you spoke about that, when you say to somebody, you're beautiful, wow, you look great today, right? But also looking at yourself and saying that to yourself as well. Because when you feel like that, you pass that on to somebody else as well, right? So thank you. I'm up here also to introduce the next speaker today, my beautiful cousin, Janine Blackwood. Janine Blackwood has been a registered nurse for the past 20 years. As a healthcare professional, she has had the opportunity to practice in a variety of settings in various roles, with a foundation in the intensive care unit and management. Her stance on healthcare is that patients need to be a participant and actively involved in the healthcare they receive, and therefore, she strongly encourages patients to ask questions and have important discussions with their healthcare providers. Janine is married to her husband, Mark, and together they have 3 boys, Isaiah, Aaron Daniel, and Isaac. Outside of her work life, she enjoys traveling and everything family. Welcome, Janine.
Good morning. I am going to delve right into this presentation because there's so much to unpack. But I will start by saying, Sister Janice, awesome. I am going to fix your crown and give you a crown. So awesome job, and thank you for sharing that. Because there are parts of this presentation that when I would get into, or I will eventually get into, where some of those thoughts came in as well with regards to how we treat each other and how we're going to support each other through some of the situations that we're going to discuss today. So I was excited to talk about women's health or reproductive health because it's something that not many of us actually have the opportunity to talk about. We don't talk about it with each other. So many times we find that we're suffering in silence with a lot of things that are going on. And I wanted to go through the 3 topics that they asked me to discuss today, which was miscarriages, freezing of our eggs, and the change. Okay, menopause. So I'll start by saying that I don't have anything to disclose, but anything that we do discuss today, the information is mainly just for information and educational purposes. This is not by any means to replace any conversations that you should be having with your healthcare practitioner or one of your qualified professionals. So I just went over the objectives and we'll just get started right now. So the actual definition of a miscarriage is basically it's a spontaneous abortion. It's the spontaneous stopping of the progression of a pregnancy. It happens before the fetus can actually survive outside of the womb. Or it's classified as the expulsion or the removal of a fetus that weighs less than 500 grams. It typically occurs within the first 20 weeks or the first half of your pregnancy. Mainly within the first 8 weeks is what they found. And it roughly estimates that globally that there's about 23 million women who experience miscarriages through every year, which means globally, every minute there's about 44 women who are experiencing a miscarriage. So that is huge if you really break it down and think about it, that right now, 44 women just had one, and in the next minute, another 44 women just experienced that. In Canada, nearly 25% of women will experience this, unfortunately, and it usually results in, within the first 13 weeks, 1 in every 4 pregnancies end in a miscarriage. It can be heartbreaking and it can be devastating. What we need to remind everybody is that it's not your fault. Do not take ownership of it. Do not own it and think that you did something to cause this. Most of the times it happens for unrelated reasons. So here are your risk factors. They said if you tend to get pregnant way below your 20s, there's an increased risk because your body's still developing. As we get older, age 35, there's approximately a 20% risk. We jump to 40, you'll see that the risk increases to 33 to 40%. And you jump to 45 and you see where we're at. So a lot of it has to do with the biological development and advancement in our body as we get older, and we see what happens. If you had a previous miscarriage, you've increased your risk. Genetic abnormalities, so usually something on your chromosomes, for some reason they can't really detect it, there's an extra chromosome. Those account for 70% of miscarriages, which is why I said it's important for the females to understand that it's not necessarily their fault. You could have health conditions such as uncontrolled diabetes. You know, that's one of the things they check for every time that you are pregnant to see how your body is tolerating the sugar that you ingest because it causes great harm to the fetus. Uncontrolled hypertension, autoimmune diseases such as lupus, because with an autoimmune disease, your body sees this growing fetus as an invasion. And so your body naturally tries to get rid of that and breaks it down. You could have a hormonal imbalance. You could have an STD, infections like rubella. You could have structural issues within your uterus. So you might have a cervical incompetence, which is when your cervix, the muscles around your cervix is weak, and you're unable to carry and sustain the weight during the pregnancy. lifestyle, heavy smoking, heavy caffeine use, heavy alcohol use or alcohol use period, illegal drug use, and you could be severely underweight or severely overweight. That may cause implications. So I talk a little bit here about fibroids because it's one of the things that a lot of us are, we've experienced or we're familiar with. And the main thing with fibroids, it doesn't mean that necessarily if you have fibroids, you cannot get pregnant, because sometimes women do have a successful delivery with the fibroids. It's just that sometimes the fibroids competes with the growing fetus. And so your fibroid will grow while the baby's growing. And as the fibroid grows and the baby's growing and it's competing, it will take away from the baby, or that space will be too small for the baby to develop. One of the main concerns that they do have is that the fibroids will displace the placenta, which is attached to the fetus, and it will grow, the fibroid will grow and eventually cause the placenta to rip away from the uterus wall. Once that placenta pulls away from the uterus wall, you've now cut off all connection between the baby and getting the nutrients and being able to survive. So that's one of their concerns with the fibroids. So when we talk about fibroids, your risk for fibroids, if you have a hormonal imbalance, genetics, that plays a role. If we eat a diet that's high in red meat and low in veggies, especially the green veggies, it does increase your risk. If we have obesity and, again, high blood pressure. So if you notice, some of the things that I spoke about, diabetes and high blood pressure, those things are connected to people of the Black ethnicity or the Black race. So Black women are at a higher risk for a miscarriage than our white sisters. Latinos actually fall into the same category, but Blacks are leading in this category. So they did a review of across 7 countries, and they took the data from 4.6 million pregnancies across these 7 countries, to which Canada was included, and they found that the Blacks were at a 43% higher risk for a miscarriage than any other race. They also found that Blacks actually have a 2-fold risk of dying after having a baby. And they can link these through to the diseases that the Blacks are at a higher risk for. Again, the blood pressure, they have a disease or a situation that's called preeclampsia, where your blood pressure is too high during your pregnancy, can terminate the pregnancy. Diabetes, we're at high risk for diabetes. So again, the sugar can impact the baby as well. They also say that it can impact you because of the socioeconomical status. So it could be when we look across society or corporate societies, we'll see that people in affluent positions tend to be non-ethnic background or not colored. So they don't have to work multiple jobs to survive. You'll find that a lot of people of the Black, Indigenous, or people of color community, they have to work or tend to work multiple jobs to survive. Not just a hustle, just to make ends meet. So when you see a person, and I'm gonna use us as women, if we're working 2 to 3 jobs just to survive, and you see that you'll compromise your body. You'll add more stress to your body. You're not getting the rest that you need. So from my experience, any person that I've seen that has worked 2 to 3, 4 jobs just to survive, I will show you an individual who has high blood pressure, diabetes, kidney failure, one of the things associated. So that's one of the things that they talk about when it comes to socioeconomic impact for the racial for Blacks being at risk, or there being a disparity. There are also racial biases, and I'm going to give you one little story. It could be conscious, where, unfortunately someone doesn't want to serve someone of a Black community because of their race, but there's unconscious, where they have no problem serving you, but I'm going to tell you a lot of the data that is that's out there is based on the white population. So it's based on the surveys or the studies that are done by the participants, which majority are the white. So they take that information and they generalize it to everybody. And so what we have known is that as blacks, we have a genetic makeup that's different. So it's not always the same results that would be yielded in a person of color. So for myself, I will tell you that they have an idea of what a normal pregnancy should look like and how it should normally develop. And with my third child, I experienced, I went through the pregnancy, or I got pregnant, everything seemed to be going well, until I started to feel something was going to be different about this pregnancy. There were changes that were happening that I didn't incur with my second pregnancy. Went to my doctor, said to the doctor, you know what, something's different about this pregnancy. I think I'm going to have the baby early. Can we schedule a C-section, which was my third C-section? Can we schedule a C-section to get this baby out earlier than waiting till the end? No, Janine, you're okay. The ultrasound looks good, your numbers look good, everything looks fine. Okay, fine. We go on to just before 6 months, and I'm getting severe contractions. And one day I was at work, and I realized, okay, something's going on here. The contractions are too hard. Something's different. Again, went to the doctor, spoke to him. He says, Janine, you're just worried. It's okay. Just rest, relax. And I said, no, something definitely is happening. Something's different. He goes, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Just to appease you, and also it's overkill, but just to make sure, we're gonna give you the needle to develop this baby's lungs a little bit earlier, quicker, just in case you go into labor at 6 months. I said, okay, we're gonna take this needle, we're gonna go through with it. Got the needle, I was on bed rest, admitted to the hospital, got out, doctor says, I said, do I need to be on bed rest after this? He says, no. You look good, everything's fine, you're okay. You took the needle, you can go back to work. So I go back to work. I do this, keep going. I go back to the doctor and I say, now I'm having discharge. I think something's wrong and I'm gonna have this baby early. Doctor says, no, you'll be okay. Again, ultrasound shows good. Baby's healthy, everything, all the numbers are controlled whatsoever. I go probably another 2 months. Who goes into labor? Only to find out all this discharge that I've been having the entire time was my mucus plug slowly coming out. And what would have happened if that happened? I would have lost my child. So because I looked good, my numbers looked good, but they also say that black women tend to have the baby or have preterm deliveries. Everything looked good. It was an unconscious bias that by the numbers, the general public looks like this, but I'm telling you something's wrong. So that's an example of an unconscious bias. So there's different types of miscarriages. You have a threatened miscarriage where nothing happens to the baby, you have some mild bleeding, you have some spotting, you have some mild pain, your cervix is closed, your blood test, your hormone test, the HCG test is still positive, ultrasound, baby looks good, they give you the rest, reassure, and ultrasound to continue to monitor. Then you have the inevitable one, where you have heavy clots, heavy bleeding, severe lower pain, abdominal lower pain, but your cervix is now open. And so that means whatever's inside is now going to come out. So they need to minimize your risk of shock because they don't want you to bleed out. So they give you IV fluids and they'll transfuse it with blood if needed. And then to help get rid of the rest of the remaining tissue or the fetus, you might have what's called a D&C, which is dilation and curettage. So they go in your uterus and they clean it out. Or they help you to induce labor to expel the rest. You have an incomplete where part of the tissue remains inside and then part is already into your cervical canal. And so again, you either have to expel it or they do a surgical procedure. And then you have the complete, where all the tissue has passed, you have nothing remaining in your uterus, so you have decreased abdominal pain, or you have decreased or minimal bleeding because there's nothing left. So at this point, they give you antibiotics and something for pain. And the antibiotics is because if you have remaining tissue inside, you're at risk to develop an infection, a severe infection where you could develop sepsis, your body basically goes into shock, your organs start to shut down, and that ends your life, and obviously the baby has passed. This is the missed abortion where it's a little bit harder for women to emotionally recover from, because you don't even know that the baby stopped growing in this abortion. In this miscarriage. In this case, everything was going along fine, and then all of a sudden your symptoms stop. And then you just think everything's okay, but your blood work will still say you're positive for a few weeks after, and sometimes they don't find this out until you actually get to an ultrasound stage, where they realize that the baby has stopped developing or the heart stopped beating. And at this point, you just need to either give birth, depending on the side, or they do another surgical evacuation. So red flags, I like for women to understand what you're really looking for, because many times you don't know what you're looking for, and then again, we suffer in silence and think we're gonna push through. So you look for any vaginal bleeding, any sort of abdominal pain or cramping, if you're passing tissue or clots, if you have back pain, if you have, and I mean more intense back pain, if you have a sudden decrease in your pregnancy symptoms, those are things to look out for. Or if you have no symptoms at all and you were experiencing symptoms, like I said before, those are things that should have you pushing the conversation a little bit more with your practitioner. So I talked about the septic pregnancy, miscarriage. So examples, if you have high fever, chills, again, pain in your lower abdomen, vaginal bleeding, foul-smelling discharge, or if you're hemorrhaging, it's an emergency you need to get taken care of right away because your life is at risk. And this can happen right immediately, as 1 to 2 days after you've had a miscarriage and the tissue still remains inside. So ultimately, the only way that they diagnose a miscarriage is by ultrasound, pelvic exam, they check around, and your blood test just to check your hormonal levels. And I've told you about the giving birth and so forth. So, preventative care. What can you do to prevent this from happening? Nothing. Because I said 70% is usually due to a genetic abnormality. What you can do is, and I shouldn't say nothing, but nothing specific. What you can do is practice good self-care. Be good to yourself. Take care of yourself. You matter, okay? Treat yourself good. Have good prenatal care. Get your regular checkups before and after giving birth. Because again, a lot of our complications occur after the birth has occurred. And again, I am one of those lucky people that fall into that category, where I developed a condition where my heart got enlarged after giving birth, again with my third child. He owes me a lot. Stay away from those lifestyle factors like smoking, alcohol, illegal drug use, taking your multivitamins, limiting your caffeine. So yes, for those of us who love our coffee, we're gonna have to cut back a little bit during that time frame. And if you have an underlying illness, if you have your diabetes, your hypo or hyperthyroidism, the lupus, all those things, you need to make sure that those things are kept under control. This time, like I said, can be emotionally distressing, so we do need some support. We do need each other, so you do need to connect with someone that you feel comfortable sharing this with, because there's an increased amount of anxiety, there's an increased amount of depression, and there is an increased amount of suicide. So you do, again, prioritize your self-care, get the medical guidance and support that you need, get the emotional support that you need. And I'm going to say, before I go into the next section, is that we have in certain cultures, and I can say for the West Indian culture, where we get married, or before you get married, and the next question is, or they say that for the woman, they would think that your ultimate goal in life is that you must be married and you must have kids. And so what we need to do, and my encouragement is to please not put that pressure on a lady. Please don't put the pressure once you see her married to talk about her womb. Please don't ask and invade her privacy and ask, so when are you going to have kids? Because I need to see a child. Because you don't know what that lady has been through up until that point. And we need to also know that just because a woman has had multiple miscarriages, it doesn't mean she's barren like a donkey, as I've heard, or that obia must be on her. Because and we do laugh, but right in our church circles, those conversations are having place, and right in our church circles, our ladies are being torn apart, and emotionally they're in distress. So my uterus, my problem. When I want to share it with somebody, I will find somebody to share it with, but please keep those conversations at a limit. Is that okay? All right. Okay, we're going next into the freezing of the eggs, which is called really oocyte cryopreservation. So I start talking a little bit about infertility because this is one of the reasons why a woman might look at this option, and this option is increasing and being utilized much more these days. Infertility could be applied to a man or a woman who's unable to get pregnant after 12 months or more of regular unprotected sex. And 1 in 6 Canadians experience infertility. It is quite common. Canada itself is deemed as a low fertility country with a steadily declining rates of fertility in the past decade. And it could be attributed to a number of things: the environment, our lifestyle, smoking, what we're taking into our bodies, what we're consuming. So, and it also has to do with the fact that Canada is deemed as a late childbearing nation. So we tend to put other things first. We want to fulfill our education. We want to complete work on our professional life, which is not a problem. So as we get older, like I said before, the risks will decrease, and that's one of the reasons why we're seeing lower fertile rates or fertility rates here in Canada. Endometriosis, has anybody heard about that? Yes, okay. So for those of you who don't know, it's basically the endometrium is the lining of the inner lining of your uterus. And what happens in endometriosis is that tissue that's on the inner part of your uterus, the cells somehow generate and form tissue outside of your uterus. And it could go on the top. Is my image over there? Because it's kind of hiding the image. There you go. So if you could go on the top of the uterus, all these small dots you can see, it could go in the middle of your tissue. It could go by your fallopian tube. And then it can fold, if you see the white connection from the top of the tube to your follicle, down to your ovaries, that's scar tissue. So what it does is it causes the scar tissue, and then it blocks the release of the egg from the ovary to get into your fallopian tube to meet sperm to be able to conceive. So that's one of the reasons why endometriosis does cause some sort of infertility concern. It is a chronic condition. It causes painful menstruation. It causes painful intercourse, painful urination, painful bowel movements, low and abdominal back pain. So again, it tends to impact the racial and ethnic minorities much more. And compared to white women, black women have higher rates of infertility. We take a longer time to be evaluated. So it takes, for some reason, again, we might suffer in silence, or we might watch and see. Or we have a lower rate of accessing treatment. And therefore, we have poorer outcomes in terms of being able to successfully carry a child. So in the beginning, when we are born, our average female child is born with about 4 million eggs. We're just bubbling up. And by age 30, you have approximately 100,000 eggs left. So between birth and 30, you can see you've lost a lot along the way. So your fertility begins to decline after age 30, and then by age 37, it reduces drastically. It's just like a steep fall. By age 43, 90% of your eggs are considered absolutely abnormal and they're not fit for use. So you see now the connection where with our ladies, we're waiting, which is fine. But you also have to be aware of the risk associated with waiting as you decide to go on a little bit more, because your eggs are not really viable at that point in time. So do they do things a little bit later? Yes, by age 40, but it's not unheard of, but it has to be done on a case-by-case scenario. But your risks of success at the end of freezing your eggs or even thawing out those eggs and utilizing those eggs significantly decreases. So the age is ultimately your best indicator for your egg quality and the amount of eggs, your quantity. And that impacts the success of the live births at the end of it. So the best time to freeze freeze your eggs is usually in your late 20s. But average age is 30 to 35. So for the younger people in the room, I'm not telling you to do this, but sometimes, because we didn't know about it, it wasn't as common first when maybe I wouldn't say a few years, maybe 2 decades ago or so, it's good to begin to think about these things when you're younger, and it's good to have the conversations when you're younger. So while you're younger, I would encourage moms or grandmas with younger grandchildren, female grandchildren, encourage them to get checked out, get assessed, so you know in advance what lies down the road for them, if there's any way that they might not be able to have children, that they can start to say, okay, as they get older, they don't have to deal with it now, but as they get older, they can start to think of things that they might need to do or they might want to do. So who are the ideal candidates who are the candidates that usually go this route? These are women who require chemotherapy, so they have some sort of cancer, and they're taking chemotherapy or they're taking radiation in the pelvic region, which would impact your ability to be fertile. Those who require surgery that may damage the ovaries, any sort of ovarian disease with the risk of damaging your ovaries again. If you have a genetic mutation, that you would need to remove the ovaries, such as the BRCA, that's a breast cancer gene that is highly affiliated with ovarian and pelvic cancer. If you have a family history of early menopause, and just for social or personal reasons, because you want to delay the childbearing age, this increases about 40% every year. This category is the main category of users at this point in time. They just need to buy themselves more time, if you will. So the process, I'm kind of going to run through this part because it is fairly detailed, and when you're doing this, you do need to ensure that you're sitting down, having thorough conversations, reviewing this. So you have multiple meetings with a fertility specialist, and then they have a stage called priming. So it takes about 2 weeks. It starts on the first day of your period. It is not an easy process. It is not laborsome either, but it is definitely not easy. So you take daily medication, oral medication, and this medication promotes the growth of the eggs in your ovary. Then they have to do an assessment of what you have going on in your ovary, and that goes by blood tests and ultrasounds. Then they use that information to determine the medication dosage for injectable hormones that you're going to have to take. Then after that, you will require multiple ultrasounds and frequent blood work because they now need to time it to see when is the most opportune time to harvest these eggs. So then you do your ovarian stimulation. So this part, it takes place over the next 2 weeks. So now we're at about 4 to 5 weeks. The medications are injected daily for about 10 to 12 days because the goal, usually we have one egg that develops or matures every month. The goal here is to get about 10 to 15 eggs to develop at one time. So you can see that if you thought you had symptoms and PMS before with one egg, when you have 10 to 15 trying to develop at the same time, you can imagine the feelings that you might have at that point in time. So at the end, when they see, okay, you got 10 to 15 eggs happening, you take one final injection, and that injection is meant to prevent the eggs from being released from your ovaries and coming down the path in order to get pregnant. And then you continue to monitor, and then you have to know that if at any reason, if there's not enough growth, they will cancel your cycle. So you've did this now for about 6 weeks, and you might have to repeat it. Then they go in to retrieve the eggs. So their goal is to retrieve, if you're 37 and younger, their goal is to retrieve 15 to 20 eggs. But if you're older than 37, the goal is to retrieve 25 to 30. What did I tell you about the eggs before, after a certain age? Okay. So the eggs, they go in, they take the eggs, and any fluid that's surrounding the eggs, they take it, they go in through your vagina, they take it while you're sedated, you're not completely sleeping, so you will feel some pain, but not much. And then they basically pretty much take it out of you, they rush it, look at it under a microscope to make sure that everything's good. And if everything is good, they preserve it, they do an instant freezing, basically in liquid nitrogen, to rapidly cool it down. And then you need to remember that this female needs to be accompanied home post-procedure because you were sedated. And the transfer can occur into anybody, typically up until age 55 if you are healthy and if you have no other concerns going on. But the recommended age is by age 45. So you do have a tight timeline if you proceed to go this route. So some side effects. You're moody. More moodier. You might have some hot flashes. Your breast might be tender. You might have increased headaches. You might have some nausea. It's all related to the increased amount of hormones. And then after the procedure itself, you might experience some bloating, some cramping, some mild pain. So it's generally a low-risk procedure. There is always a risk of bleeding. There is always a risk of internal injury. They might perforate something while they're in there. There's always a risk of infection. There's always risk associated with sedation. Anytime you go under sedation, there's a risk to your cardiovascular system. So there's always a risk there. And there's a risk of ovarian hyperstimulation because they're giving you all these injectable hormones that it's getting your ovaries into overdrive. And so you might have swollen and painful ovaries. You might have excess fluid where you have to go another procedure to get it drained. And you have a risk of kidney failure and blood clots. You good? Okay. So now we've done all of that. And it's frozen. So now we want to use it. So the eggs are thawed, and then they're fertilized with sperm from your partner or a donor. And they do the thawing and the fertilization on the same day. And the goal is not, when they freeze it, they don't want ice crystals formulating on it because it destroys the quality of the cell or the cells within the egg. So they do everything on the same day. Approximately 85% of what you donated survived the thawing process. Then 70 to 80% of that survived the fertilization process. And then after your freezing, a live birth accounts for about 40%. So even though that's why they want you to have so many eggs to begin with, because in the end, you're yielding less than half. So your fertilized eggs are placed in an incubator, they're monitored for a week, then they're inserted into the uterus to grow, and most of your eggs can be stored for about 5 to 10 years. Some have been stored longer. What we need to know, there's no guarantee of a viable egg or a viable embryo for transfer. There's no guarantee of a pregnancy. And there's a slight increase in risk of birth defects once you are pregnant. There's a slight risk of hypertension and premature and low birth weights. And then again, the same risks that apply to having a baby at a later age, diabetic, complication and birth defects, those things are all to be taken into consideration. So things to consider. There is a cost with all of this. It is not for free. So the cost is about $10,000 to $15,000 per cycle. So for every time you do this, $10,000. Okay, it was canceled, then you go again. Another $10,000, then you go again. Okay, the government has implemented some plans, I know, and some workplaces are implementing some plans. You also have monthly storage fees for your eggs. They're gonna catch you somehow. And if you don't use your eggs, which I have known of some ladies not to do, at least consider donating them, because there are women who will go this route. They didn't have the opportunity to harvest eggs. They didn't have good quality eggs. They will go this route and go the route of surrogacy. So these are things to consider. It's an option. It's not a promised outcome. And there are cost factors associated with it. Sorry? I'm sorry? Oh, can you sell the eggs? No, you can't make back money that way. We got a hustler in the room. Are we good? All right. Moving on, we're heading into the change. Yes, we should scream. It could be the best time of your life. I hope. Okay, menopause. So there are 3 stages into menopause. There's a perimenopause, there's an actual menopause, and then there's a post side. And this is essentially when there's a permanent stopping of any menstruation and there's no eggs being released. What happens here is that you have a decline in your estrogen and progesterone production, and I'll talk about what they do a little bit after. It is a very natural part of the aging process. So here, what you need to do during menopause, again, is you need to focus on your overall well-being and embrace the wisdom that comes in that stage and the experience that comes at that stage. You might think I'm crazy, I know. Okay, so these are the 2 main hormones that we're dealing with here. Estrogen influences how your body uses your calcium that you take into your body. It basically, when you have high levels of estrogen, it signals the bones to stop breaking down. And it maintains your cholesterol levels in the blood, and it helps to keep the lining of your bladder and your urinary tract healthy. You're going to tie in the picture, and I'm going to tie it together for you after. Progesterone, it normally prepares the lining of your uterus for an implantation, for a fertilized egg. It helps to regulate your bleeding during menstruation. It helps you with your mood. And during menopause, it reduces the risk of certain gynecological cancers. So perimenopause is the phase that happens before actual menopause. It can happen start in your 40s, maybe sometimes earlier. It can last 8 to 10 years, where you'll see the impacts of estrogen that we just mentioned. That can happen over the time span of 8 to 10 years. And the last 2 years of this stage, estrogen decreases rapidly, but you can still be having a period during this time frame. So you still can be having your little menopause baby. So if you don't want that, then you know what to do. So post-menopause, you have no more periods during this time frame. Right, I heard somebody celebrating. You might still have your hot flashes during this time frame if you had them from before, but it tends to improve. But during this time frame, you are at an increased risk for heart disease and you are at an increased risk for osteoporosis because the estrogen that was helping to tell your body don't break down the bones has decreased so much that your body's not getting that message anymore. So what is it going to do? Start to break down the bones. So now you're at an increased risk. If you fall, it's easier for you to have fractures. Okay. So racial consideration. The timing of which menopause actually occurs can vary between different groups. Anyone of African descent or Hispanic descent, they tend to experience menopause slightly earlier than non-Hispanic or white women. In terms of symptoms and severity, some studies suggest that, again, Blacks and Hispanics have more severe symptoms. You're at a higher risk cardiovascular-wise. So you're at a higher risk for your heart attacks. And I know you probably noticed, you're wondering, a woman goes all these years, don't have nothing really wrong, and then something happens, she ends up in the hospital, or she passes, and you're finding out it was because of a heart attack. So a lot of it is hormonally related. You tend to have poorer sleep quality, which again contributes to an increased cardiovascular risk. A couple of years ago, I did a talk about sleep. So you need to be able to go to your bed and, okay. You need to have, and I know it's difficult during menopause because it's one of the things that actually happen. You're at an increased risk for depression. The transition into menopause, or the actual transition and the length of time of menopause, tends to be longer for Black women. And thin Black women tend to have a lot longer duration of hot flashes compared to those of us who are a little on the plus size. So, emotional, mental health, and neurological health. Some considerations here is that you will have your mood swings. It is common, okay? It doesn't mean that you have the opportunity, though, to run and be crazy and then blame it on menopause. That's not the case. Just understand you're not necessarily alone. You're prone to headaches. You might have difficulty concentrating. You might have memory lapses. Does this sound familiar? Okay. Your brain might feel a little foggy. Depression and anxiety might be taking in, and you might not even know what's going on, but all of a sudden you're fearful. You weren't fearful of certain things before, but you find that you're having an increased amount of fear taking place for things you never probably would have been fearful of 20 years ago, okay? You might feel that you have a lack of motivation. You might be a little bit more aggressive and be a little bit more irritable. Hair loss. It happens. It might be thinning out at this point. So some coping strategies. Stress reduction. Reduce your stress. Do whatever you need to do. Again, take care of yourself. You might need therapy. You might need some sort of support. You might need a sister to go out with, have a good time, go away for a weekend, enjoy yourself. Just don't drink all the alcohol. To keep your brain power going, do crossword puzzles. Do math problems, do things that are gonna stimulate your brain, and like reading. Don't just sit there and cruise through the internet, which it's easy for us to do, Netflix and chill, go through all things on YouTube and just watch TV mindlessly. Those things do more damage than actually good, especially at this stage. Self-care, prioritize your self-care, practice relaxation techniques, get your exercise. If you're experiencing a lot of symptoms when it comes to menopause, you do need to talk to your practitioner because you're doing your body more harm than good by deciding that you're going to suffer through it. So there are things that they need to be able to document. There's things that they need to be able to talk to you about. Sometimes they can give you certain medications to be able to help with the transition a little bit better so that you don't cause an increased risk to other areas. When it comes to your heart, you might feel that your heart's beating. Sometimes you might even feel that now for those who are still experiencing menstrual cycles. Your heart might be beating. You might be feeling palpitations. You are at risk for coronary artery disease, which is a the narrowing or the blocking of your arteries, and you can have an increased production of plaque that lines your arteries, which again increases your risk for your heart attacks. You are at an increased risk for high blood pressure. You can be experiencing your hot flashes, night sweats, to the point where you have to be changing your sheets in the night. You, again, have your mood swings. Your hot flashes tend to be sudden, intense, really warm all of a sudden, and then all of a sudden, that's it, okay? You're cold. And if you might think that, oh, I might be having a hot flash, you will know if you're having a hot flash. Because literally some women are sweating, dripping buckets, and then all of a sudden it will stop. You tend to develop insomnia, so you can't get to sleep or you can't stay asleep very well, and then that can also lead you into sleep apnea, which again impacts your heart health. So what happens is that sometimes it's the effects of your old lifestyle habits, so we're partying good in our 30s and 40s, but by 60s and 70s it's catching up to us with our smoking and our drinking, for those who've done that. So you need to focus on lifestyle changes, healthy diet, and your exercise for your heart health. You need to get up and move. You don't have to do a marathon, but please get out and do some walking. For your muscle and your bones, you will find that you put on weight. And has anybody experienced that? In your 20s, you were good, and then all of a sudden it's like you hit a brick wall, and you swallow water, and you put out, the scale moves. Okay, your hormones are in place. You might feel more joint pains, more muscle pains happening at this point. You'll feel achy. It's part of the process. My goddaughter over here is looking like, this is not fun. I don't want to grow up. You might find that you have a bone density loss, again, because the estrogen and you're breaking down the bones. So you are prone to more fractures, and you need to ensure that this part is monitored by your doctor. They'll do some testing and so forth. Gynecological, you might have your breast tenderness, your uterine might prolapse, that's when or your bladder might prolapse. It's basically coming down, right? Might experience vaginal dryness. Your vaginal canal actually gets a little bit shorter, and the tissue surrounding your vagina actually starts to waste away, thins out. Yes, really. It happens. You might have decreased bladder control, so urinary incontinence happens. And might I tell you, that might happen the minute you have a child anyway. So it just progresses and keeps going on. You might have weakened pelvic floor muscles, and because of all these changes, you are definitely prone to more infection. So if you're noticing that this is happening, then again, you need to go ahead and see your doctor. Sexually, you might have decreased lubrication and elasticity, so it leads to painful intercourse, which might change your desire to actually engage. Yes, really. Or did someone say yay? Depending on which way you look at it, okay? Some experience a decreased sexual appetite, some want more. Important here is that you communicate. If you have a partner, and that you communicate these changes, and again, communicate these changes with your healthcare provider, because you want to find ways to kind of counterbalance these things. So there's over-the-counter moisturizers, water-based lubricants, and again, there's hormonal therapy. So red flags in menopause is if you have any abnormal vaginal bleeding. After 45, you need to start making note of your cycles, and I would start to say even a little bit before, just keep a track so you know what's the norm for you and what's abnormal for you. If it's heavy, if it's frequent, if it's prolonged, are you getting more clots? They tend to think that's more attributed to uterine cancer. If you find pelvic pain and you're bloating a little bit more, it's more associated with ovarian cancer. And cervical cancer is, again, the bleeding after intercourse or between cycles, or even after menopause, you're having painful sex, abnormal discharge. So it's important for all of these that you go through your Pap test, if they're still checking, and pelvic exams, you still go through, there's still a need for it. You can see that these are kind of vague in their symptoms, but this is the reason why these cancers are so advanced in women by the time they're diagnosed, because the symptoms are so vague. So you do need to pay attention, and that's why the red flag is there, and then start to have the conversation so they can start to look at it further. So for cancer risk reduction, you avoid your secondhand smoke, you consume nutritious meals, regular exercise, maintain a healthy diet. Hormonal therapy, there's a lot of controversy surrounding this. It still is a treatment of choice for women. It is not for everyone. They like to start it in women by the age of 60, but limit the use to 5 years. Outside of that, you're increasing your risk for different kinds of cancers and blood clots. If you have a history of breast cancer or a high risk in any other way, or if you're a high risk for breast cancer, you should not go the route of a hormonal therapy. If you still have a uterus, and normally a hormonal therapy is estrogen, but if you still have your uterus, then you need to counterbalance and protect your uterus from those cancers, so they will add progesterone or progestin, the man-made version of progesterone. So there's non-hormonal medications that have been shown to be effective with some of the symptoms. So these are the list of people who definitely should avoid hormonal therapy. If you're pregnant, you have a heart disease already, you had stroke. If you have a history of clots in your body, you have unexplained vaginal bleeding, because that might be a cancer. If you are pretty much immobile and in bed because you're at an increased risk for clots, and if you have high cholesterol, those are the main set of people who should not be exploring hormonal therapy. Non-pharmacologic, there's cognitive behavior therapy, which is more like counseling and finding ways to cope with the things that you are experiencing. Dress in layers, okay, when it's appropriate. So if it's in summer, I'm not saying to come with a coat, but dress in layers so that you can remove certain things along the way when you get hot, and then you can put them back on. Cooling mechanisms such as a fan, they now have these little personal fans that you can order and then go ahead and cool yourself on the spot. Take your cold beverages, avoid your triggers, your spicy food, your alcohol, chocolate, and your caffeine. Avoid smoking, limit your salt, control your blood pressure, and exercise. These assist with the cardiovascular protection that you're at risk for. Herbally, there's not much information on this, but they have seen that acupuncture tends to work for some people in symptoms, black cohosh, red clover, but again, if you're going a non-pharmaceutical route, you need to have a conversation with your healthcare practitioner, because the medications and the interactions can cause more damage than good. So please don't just go take something off the shelf or talk to somebody and said, I heard, and take the same thing, because your outcome might be severely different. Managing your symptoms, went through all of that, stress management, and support groups. So basically, menopause is natural. We need to embrace it. Your symptoms may vary widely. Talk about it with your family and friends when you need some support. And most importantly, remember, you're not on this journey alone. That's the end. So there was a lot to digest, and I just tried to break it down, though. Do you have any questions?
And we're going to have 2 mics. We just got to make sure we speak into the mic so that those who are online can hear. And if you don't want to actually speak in the mic, but you want to tell one of us your question, we will ask on your behalf. Okay, I saw a hand over, yes.
Can a woman be going through menopause and not know it?
You will know it because of the stopping of your period. If it stopped 8 years ago. generally, you could still be experiencing those symptoms, but if you stopped your period and you've had the conversation, you should basically know that you're heading into, you should generally know that you're in menopause. It's one of those things you definitely should know. There's no actual test for it. They can take your blood work. They can see certain levels of hormones just to double check because they know where it should be, but there's no actual test to actually confirm it. It's usually just a stopping of the period. But remember, some of these symptoms last way after the period has stopped, and it could last for another 10 years after you've stopped actually having your period. You could still just be going through the effects, but I would get it checked out. Definitely get it checked out.
Any other questions? I saw it.
You mentioned decrease in caffeine. How much is too much caffeine?
I believe the numbers were, I can't remember if it was like 200 milligrams or something. So basically try not to exceed your 1 cup of coffee roughly a day. In any circumstance, whether you're trying to get pregnant, whether you are pregnant, or when it comes to menopause, because they all tend to be triggers, because the caffeine does impact your cardiovascular system as well. And that, in turn, causes impact while you're experiencing some of these symptoms. You're welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Way past menopause.
All right.
What would you suggest for insomnia?
Well, for insomnia, you can go the route of the natural things. So they say sleep hygiene. So you set a regular bedtime, turn off your TV, your phone about an hour before, do stuff like reading. You can go the herbal route of like chamomile tea, those relaxing things. You can do meditation or yoga before you go to bed and just breathe and just kind of relax. Outside of that, there are sleeping aids that certain medications and our resident pharmacist can talk to. Sister Sophie? There are certain medications, pharmaceuticals is her department, but there's certain medications that you can take. But again, then they have to be balanced with other medications that you might be on. So it's gonna be more taking a look at you, looking at your health, looking at your history, and looking at everything else to make sure that you're not started on something that's gonna impact negatively the other thing. You understand what I mean? So always try the non-pharmaceutical first. And then if you find those things aren't working, then go the pharmaceutics.
Yes, Black women seems to be at a higher risk
For everything.
Now, you mentioned that our socio and our economical struggles could have an impact on that, but could it just be in our DNA? Is it something that, like, I'm really just trying to grasp why we are just so at higher risk for everything.
And they say it has to do with our genetics for some reason or another, because even when you look at studies as it pertains to men, you will find the Black men at the leading as well. So I believe, yes, there's something genetically. It could be the way we metabolize things. It could be the way just God created us, that it just happens that they found studies. Nobody caused it. Before anybody gets any weird ideas, nobody injected all the Black people with something and did something. That's not the case. But so let me just put that out there. But you're right, it could be that, and that's why it's very important that you know your body, because quickly, for example, high blood pressure, they'll say is like anything over 140/90 or something of the sort, right? That's generalizable off of studies. The only problem is when it comes to Blacks, many of us will have, if we sustain that blood pressure, we will hit renal failure before that 140/90. So there's something different about us. There's even certain medications that we take that are better that work better on Blacks than it may have on a white, and vice versa. So it might just be something different about us, that we are so unique and so powerful, but we got to take care of our bodies and make sure because we need to eliminate, if we already have that risk factor, we need to eliminate all the other risk factors by making sure we're taking care of ourselves.
We just have one question back here.
Yes, you end up by saying embrace menopause symptoms. Now, I would like to know, how can one really embrace menopause symptoms?
How can you embrace menopause? I think the key here is you have to find a way to enjoy life regardless. And I think that's when it comes to the self-care. So you need to take care of yourself. Go to the spa. You deserve it. You've had years of dealing with this thing, and now you're going through another set of years where you're struggling. So you deserve it. You know, I think that's the best way. If you look at it as the curse versus a new change, if you change your perspective is really how it's going to be. But yes, you do have pains, you do have your hot flashes, things that are nuisances. You do have to go through that. And I think the other way to embrace it is to deal with some of those symptoms so that it can help you feel a little bit better. Just remember, one day, those symptoms will stop. And before death, they will stop. I'm not talking about glory, but they will stop. But you just need to try and change your outlook and then just try and deal with things as they come along. There was another question.
I have a couple questions back here. One person wanted to know, at what age can they stop having pap smears?
Oh, I don't remember. I think it's closer to like 65, 70.
It's 70.
Yeah.
70?
I just had mine. I got my letter saying everything was fine. and the letter said until you're 70.
Yeah. 70 is when they generally stop doing it. Crystal, can you get this young lady right here, please? Sorry, she's had her hand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm a lupus patient, and this is a question where I'm asking your opinion and even your personal journey with naturopathic care. I've had a lot of debates and fights with my specialists because they want you to take meds.
Right.
Right? And the meds they give you, they are Band-Aid solutions, so they cover one issue and they create other issues, and I'm an example of that.
Mm-hmm.
So my question for you, just personally as a mother, the different things you've gone through with your health, do you believe in naturopathic care? Have you tried it before?
I haven't tried naturopathic care. I do believe there's a place for it at the table. That's my personal belief. I do. I think there's an opportunity to be able to balance Western medicine as well as naturopathic care. I think when it came to my circumstances, in some cases, it was too late. So I needed to, for example, for the enlarged heart, I couldn't do naturopathic care at that point because my heart function was too weak. So I had to go on medications to be able to improve the heart function and so forth, and I've been tapered down significantly over the years. Praise God. But I think that there definitely is a space at the table. Most physicians now, and even most guidelines, will tell you to do things that don't require medicine first. That it heavily goes down into taking care of your body. It heavily goes into what you consume, what you eat, what you drink. It involves your lifestyle. A lot of those things, they will recommend those first. The unfortunate thing is that a lot of us don't adhere to those things. Like, we don't take care of this is not you, okay? This is not you or not me. But a lot of times we do take things for granted, and we do push the limit and the envelope a little bit further. But if you take, a lot of people have gone the vegan route, which is fine too, because it's natural for your body. You can get the nutrients out of your body. I've known people who've gone on who've had cancer and have gone on the vegan route and found improvements as well. Not the same outcome for everybody. This is not a generic statement, please, but I think there is room at the table, my personal opinion, to balance both. Now, if I was going to introduce something because of medication I might be on, I do talk about it with my physician. And sometimes you might have physicians who are willing to work alongside the naturopathic doctor as well, and you can balance your care. Just don't do one excessive on the other and still have the two treatments, because you will cause more damage to your body.
I have two questions here.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I want to say thank you, Sister Janine, for such an informative session. There's a lot for us to unpack, but you did it so well.
Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you. However, just something else. Is it biblically sound for young people who have their eggs still to freeze it and to donate it? Some of them might have some thousands of dollars, so is it okay, biblically sound, Pastor? It's very good, it's a good thing to do.
I'm going to defer that comment to the head of our house. Because it is an excellent question. It is an excellent question.
I think it's a great question, and it's a question for our time. However, I think it's one of the new areas that, one, the Bible does not specifically address this issue, so we have to be very careful how we approach it and what we say about it as a church. So there is no scripture or anything that I can put forward. I don't believe it's an unethical practice. I think, though, the caution would be if persons take this approach to family life without considering the biblical premise of marriage and all those. And so I think one would have to consider why they're doing it. If I'm a woman wanting to pursue this route, am I going to say, oh, I don't have anything to do with men, right? No, that's going way on the other side of the pendulum. So I think that's where the conversation would have to be. But in and of itself, I think there is not a biblical position on it. It's the other conversations around it that I would say, we need to reflect on, right?
If I could just make a comment.
Thank you, Pastor. I'm not yet done. So, culturally, my mom did not talk to me about menstruation and all of that stuff. It was a taboo in my culture. However, neither did she talk to me about menopause. Right. But I watched my mom through the process. And I've never seen her, even though I'm from a hot country, doing this and doing this and wiping sweats and all of that. So I got into menopause feeling so apprehensive because I saw my supervisor over here. She was telling me that she couldn't sleep. She got up and her bed was wet, just as you said, and all of this, and she was on hormones, so I was a bit apprehensive getting to menopause. However, when I hit menopause, I see it wasn't bad at all. So when you say embrace menopause, I do embrace my menopause. Yes, because it doesn't take anything away from me. I still feel sexy. Woo! My husband probably would say, cool, because it did not take that from me. When I'm at work, I'm not sweating and I'm not fanning more than anybody else. I just love it. I had a very painful menstrual period so when my period stopped, I was so happy. Anybody can join me in that? So ladies, let us embrace menopause. It's a part of life, just like anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Audrey.
I wanted to make a comment. As a person who has gone through freezing my eggs, I also asked that question, whether or not this is really what we should do. And at the end of the day, I thought, as a young woman who isn't married, on a career track, kind of wants certain things in her life, God is still in control. I still don't have a husband, so I'm not using the eggs yet.
Right.
And even if we do go that route of fertilizing those eggs, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen. So he's still in control no matter what. Amen. So even if you go this route, it could work because he allows it, or he doesn't allow it.
Ultimately.
It is what it ultimately, it's his choice.
Ultimately.
So that being said, one quick question. Does vertigo have anything to do with menopause? And then I have one question from this lady right here.
I haven't seen that when I researched everything that it has anything to do with menopause. It is, again, it could be because of a hormonal imbalance as well. But I haven't seen anything that specifically says that it is actually connected to it. Does it mean that, it may just mean it hasn't been reported in association with that, right? So.
Does menopause ever go away? I started my menopause since I was 20, and I'm over my 60s, and I'm still going through the hot and cold same way. So does it ever go away?
So you stopped having periods at 20?
Yes.
So I'm not going to ask you any more questions because we're being recorded and so forth. So it should have, because that's now 40 years. It should have stopped, but there might be other considerations. So I will talk to you after, off camera, for confidentiality purposes, and then we can look in that a little bit further. But it should have. Normally it stops because your period stopped and then the symptoms. Now, some women do experience longer symptoms if they were induced into menopause by removal like of a hysterectomy or so forth. That does take into consideration as well. So let's talk after. Okay. Oh, right. Two more, and then I believe I'm over the time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. I have a natural remedy for hot flashes, and I don't know if it's okay to share or not. It's not like really strange or absurd or anything. And
I'm okay with you sharing it. My disclosure again is.
Of course.
Okay, everybody just.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask.
Sure.
I have found a lot of success with it, and that is taking 1 cup of guava nectar, accompanied by 3,000 IU of evening primrose oil. According to your size, and weight, you may take less. Myself, I'm like about 250 pounds. And I found a lot of success with that. I've currently on actually my 3rd, time of doing it. The first time I did it for about almost 2 months, and hot flashes went away for 2 years, where I was basically, I guess to say maybe in perimenopause. I was still having menstruation at the time. And then they didn't come back for 2 years, and then I started again in the spring. 2 weeks, hot flashes went away. And then I think about 6 months, and now they came back. So now I'm doing another regimen again. So very natural, and I've had success with it. And someone said I'll make $1 million if it works for everyone, but that's not the point.
Well, you just disclosed it.
Well, I'm just happy to share, and I came upon that in asking friends back home in my husband's country, Grenada, that do like a lot of herbal stuff, and they suggested the guava. And I was just trying the evening primrose oil, and just put them together. So anyway, hopefully it can help someone else.
Thank you so much for sharing.
We have one more question here.
Somebody, oh.
So my question is, if your period stopped due to medical intervention, i.e. hysterectomy, does that automatically put you into menopause, or do you still, like, say you had one at 35, do you go into menopause then, or do you go into the time you would have naturally had you still had your period?
Great question. I think it also, it varies as well. Did they take out just the womb and leave the ovaries? Did they do a total abdominal hysterectomy and leave everything in between? So if your ovaries are still there, you may still have a delayed time frame in when the menopause might actually take place. It might start, those symptoms or whatever, but because your womb is gone, that lady might still have, like, there's been a cessation of periods or anything, so technically, yes, you might want to consider yourself menopause, but your ovaries might still be intact, which means they're still producing some sort of levels of estrogen and progesterone anyway. So as long as they're still in there, it might just be, symptomatology might just be delayed. So it depends on what's left inside.
Sorry, we just had a comment over here that that she just knew somebody that their doctor recommended freezing their eggs following having a few miscarriages. So that may be another avenue that your doctor may recommend as well.
Definitely. And there's some ladies who've had cancer, and hopefully if by the time that they're diagnosed, there's time frame for them to start that process, but it is definitely another consideration.
And if money is a hindrance, check out if you're in a job that offers benefits. Work benefits are now covering infertility processes. So if you have a daughter, yourself, check out your work benefits to see whether or not they'll cover some of that
Most of them
cost.
cover the first time of trial. And there's I think you can apply to, the government of Ontario has started as well, an application or a funding program when it comes to this, again, for the first time trying as well. Of course, there's, like I said, a cost associated with it, so they can't do repeat cycles, likewise with the benefits, but there are options as well if you're going that avenue. Okay, it looks like that's it.
You're off the hot
Thank you,
seat.
ladies. Enjoy your day.
Thank you, Janine. We're just gonna do a quick temperature check because we've changed the temperature in here. Is it too cold?
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that at all.
Was that a no? Too cold? I'm gonna put by show of hands. If it's too cold in here, please put up your hand. Okay, it looks like if it's just fine, put up your hand. Perfect? Okay. It looks like we are 50-50, to be honest with you. So we'll do another temperature check in a little while and see how it is. We're gonna just leave it where it is right now, and then we'll do another temperature check in the afternoon.
All right, so we had two wonderful presentations, and we want to move into a game now, okay? You guys ready to win some prizes? Yeah? Yeah? No, you guys don't want no prizes. You guys don't want no prizes. Okay, so as you guys know, the theme for this weekend is change, okay? So the first two people to put up their hand, and
you have to listen to the question first.
So I wanted you to come up here and dance. We're gonna put on some music. Oh, your hand went down fast, right? All right, so we want to know what the C in change means for you, okay? So for example, C can mean courage, okay? So the first two people to put up their hand now. All right, I got you and I got you.
So what does the C in change mean for you?
To celebrate.
Very good, yes.
All right.
Before we do this again, I also want to mention for those who are online,
Oh, yes.
you can participate as well. So if you want to put in the chat, what does C mean to you when it comes to being an agent of change? What does change mean for you? For C, please enter that into the chat and we'll choose a winner. All right, hands down.
Oh yeah, we got some prizes for the chat as well.
Yes, we have prizes as well. So hands down, ready? Crystal, you can do it.
Oh no, we got a second. She was right there.
Oh, you were the second one? Okay.
She was really
All right,
fast.
let's hear what your C is.
My C is confidence.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good. Actually, we have more prizes if you want to do more.
Okay. Should we? I'm just playing. Okay, so H. What does H mean to you? Hand. Okay, right here. Go ahead.
Age means to me transition.
H.
Yeah. The letter H, yeah.
So the letter H represents health, hope.
Yes.
Health and
Okay, health.
hope,
Yep,
yes.
that works.
Okay.
I'm going to get you your gift.
Thank you. Someone right there.
For H.
H is to have a happy, healthy lifestyle.
Yes, okay, good.
Thank you. Okay, so Karen's gonna go get you guys your prizes. Don't worry, we're gonna make sure you guys got your stuff. So you guys been sitting for a little bit, and I imagine that everyone needs to get up, stretch a little bit, maybe use the washroom. So we're gonna give you guys about 5-10 minutes to be able to do that, okay?
All right, ladies, if you can just get back to your seats. We're going to get started with our next session. I hope you're feeling a little bit more limber, a little bit more awake after that quick break. Thank you for rejoining us back online. We'll let you know who was the winner of that online contest in a moment. We're just going to go through all the results. If I could just ask everyone to get back to their seats. We have our next speaker in-house. His name is Shane Joseph, BSW, MSW, RSW, MBA, DSW. He is a registered social worker, psychotherapist, and consultant. Shane is a transplanted immigrant of the Caribbean soil who now calls Canada home. He is a social worker and psychotherapist with over 20 years of wisdom in the areas of masculinity, gender-based violence, program and policy development, suicide intervention, and mental health. Within his private practice, New Journey Consultant Incorporated, he provides individuals, couples, family therapy for the Black African Caribbean community disproportionately, which is heavily grounded in intersectional and decolonizing approaches. As a consultant, he has consulted assignments for the UN agencies, World Bank, and CIDA, among others, throughout the Caribbean, North and South and Central America, Asia, Europe, and Africa. He lectures at both college and university levels and currently works as the Associate Executive Director at Roots Community Services. He is the current chair of the North American Men Engage and director of the Global Men Engage International, entities working with men and boys to end violence. Shane possesses both an undergraduate and master's degree in social work, as well as an MBA with a concentration in human resources management. He is currently completing his Doctor of Social Work, DSW, at Millersview University of Pennsylvania with a specialization in leadership education. Please, everyone, can you just give a round of applause for Mr. Shane Joseph?
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning to everybody. Still morning? Yes, this is morning. Good morning to everybody, and it's so good to be here with you this morning. I consider it a humble opportunity to be able to be graced with so many women. When I entered the door like a therapist, I was like, am I in the right place? Because you know what happens. But you know, individuals over the years have asked me the question, why it is that as a man, and why it is as a black man, and why it is as a black Caribbean man, you're finding yourself doing this issue around violence, around gender-based violence, intimate partner violence. And I would let you know that I came from a family of 4 boys. My mother has 4 children. I have an older brother and 2 younger brothers. And my mother is still alive today. And over the years, I've seen the sacrifice that she has made and continue to make, having been a homemaker and a cleaner for 43 years at a public health center in the town of Guave in Grenada. Anybody from Grenada? Yes. So she worked at that public health center from the 1st of April, 1971, cleaning on a weekly basis 65 toilet bowls, 43 bathrooms, 35 face basins, and 2 outside clinics. I remember it because every week we had to go week by week to help clean and to help her to be able to take care of us because her highest level of education was primary. And so we retired her almost 10 years ago. We introduced her to the iPad, and I think that was the biggest mistake the 4 boys made in their lives. Because she would call, she was just up here a week ago, and she would call and say, can you get me this at Canadian Tire? And we would all look at her, we was like, Mommy, there isn't any. She said, yes, I called this morning. And there are times that my younger brother, we have a family text group, and we'll be like, expect a call from Mom, because she's going to, when she called one and one says no, so she says, I now spoke to your older brother, and I know he called you. But the one, my younger brother lives on Keele and Lawrence area, and she said there isn't any in that Walmart. But if you go to the one at Vaughan, there is one there, and it's in the 3rd row, and there are 7 in stock. So you understand what I'm dealing with on an everyday basis. But God bless her heart, and my grandmother, who lived until 91, was buried this January. And so we have had the pieces, and her mother lived to 106. So we are really claiming that piece for long life. Amen? Amen. And so I happen to have my mother, and I also happen to have the person I usually say is my better half and my grounded piece. And as much as I look young and I guess as a vegetarian, I have been married for the last 23 years. And so I thank God for my wife, who is a vice principal in a secondary school. And we have been able to, and I'll talk about that today so that we understand the importance and the preservation of relationships. And what does that mean? Because I tell you, on an everyday basis, when I encounter families and relationships, you will see why I'm bringing that in today. And I have a 14-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old son. I am a social worker and a registered psychotherapist. And every single day when I'm faced with this piece, like today I left, I live all the way between Curtis and Oshawa. And then as I left, my son called and said, Daddy, I think there's a flood. So I'm debating, but these people are waiting on me today. And I turned back, took the 407, had to call the neighbor, turn it off, and then I drive at every piece that I did see the red lights. I did speed the speed limits, but thank God I'm here, and I'm happy to share with you on the topic of domestic violence. I have a very structured PowerPoint, but I will deviate from it because I want this to be very interactive so that you will understand why we're talking about domestic violence. And I will share some things with you today that may startle you, some things that may cause you to hold your breath and ask yourself, are we living here in this Canada? And I've been running the gender-based violence group for the Ministry of the Attorney General for almost 15 years. So I've seen all walks of life for persons who have been charged with domestic violence against their partners and the reality. And sometimes we ask ourselves, is it something that is happening in our society today? And I'm happy to let you know that I've seen persons from all walks of life. Sometimes it could be the neighbor, the friend, and the challenge with domestic violence, as we'll see, is that you will hear me talking about 3 major terms. There is domestic violence, there is intimate partner violence, and then you will hear me in some ways talking about domestic abuse. When we talk about gender-based violence, we are talking about violence that happens whether it could be male on female or female on male because it depends on the gender. And guess what? I have seen some women that have beat men. Oh, yes. So don't get fooled. I have men that I've run with for years, and sometimes I will say to the man, what is happening? He said to me, so I don't know if it's to go home because I don't know, today is Wednesday and I'm supposed to get licks. It sounds funny. It sounds like a real joke, but you'll be surprised to see how many of these men are coming into this place. And if you're like me, where I was born in Grenada, my mother is Grenada, my father is Trinidadian, you would understand that this man must be a papi show. Because which man will sit there and and if you come out from St. Lucia in Meku and you'll say, well, that's a fafu, because what kind of man is that? But the reality is that when you are dealing with domestic violence, it is happening on both sides. But the research tells us disproportionately and categorically that the majority of persons who are subjected to domestic violence are women and girls. That's the harsh reality. Whether we want to sit here today and debate it and argue about it and find ways to say this is not true, the reality is that women and girls are disproportionately affected by domestic violence. I was just telling my sister in the Salvation Army, I worked at the city of Toronto for years. I was in shelter department. So I see women coming in. I see women coming with all scars and bruises and so forth. So I can tell you, as a practitioner, I have seen as well so many women who are coming and don't know what to do. This week gone, I was in a session with a bunch of teachers and other auxiliary staff. And at the end of the session, a woman came up to me and she said, can I talk to you? I said, sure. What happened? She said to me, I am from a particular Caribbean country. And she said, I am married. I've been married for the last 17 years. We have 4 children. She said, my husband is an alcoholic. He drinks. And you already seen what that means. And she says, the thing about it is that he has not begun to use physical violence by beating me. But she said, sir, I am on the last thread of holding on. Because if I tell you some of the things that he tells me, I prefer if he had beaten me. And this woman is so emotionally damaged, absence of self-esteem, absence of self-worth. Sometimes she gets home and she's even in a state of paralysis because she doesn't have the willpower when you're told you are nothing good, your mother didn't want you, your father didn't want you, and you're there just as a mistake on a rainy day. And you're living with that constantly. And you have to be able to face with that peace. And I'm telling you, in as much as we may love the Lord, and as much as we pray, at some point in time, that self-esteem and that self-worth and that value pushes you. And she said, what can I do? So I began to quickly do an assessment. And I said, tell me what's happening. She said, look at my salary. When I look at the salary and I hear 4 children, I'm like, she's in trouble. Because you know how cheap rent is in Toronto. And she could just pick up and leave and go. You know what I'm talking about. So already she's stuck by the physical pieces. And by the time I start saying to her, what was happening, she broke down. And I had to pull her into another room and say, let's talk. She said, I can't leave. Because he has the bigger income. He makes the majority of the money. And my salary, pays for the bills and the food. She said, even if I move to bill and food, what happens to our physical location in terms of housing? My dear sisters and friends, this is the harsh reality that is faced by. And I can tell you, people who say to you in the city of Toronto, come for shelter and whatever, most of the times when you go, you have a time limit. You are sharing space. And sometimes, depending on the hotel they put you in, there isn't even a kettle or even a microwave to warm the reality. Go see it. And so this woman told me exactly what was happening, and we stood there in the midst of it, and we began to ask ourselves, what next? And so when we talk about domestic violence, I want you to realize here that domestic violence is about the spouses or intimate partners. It happens within relationship and within persons who are cohabiting. And the major factor that impacts domestic violence in the lives of women disproportionately is about power and control. So if you don't leave here without anything today, leave here with the understanding that power and control is what is the causative factor when we address the issue of domestic violence. And I can tell you, I go to Africa. Is anyone from Africa here? I go to Africa every single year. So I've done the whole of West Africa. I've been to Rwanda, I've been to Kenya, Nigeria. I've been to the places in Kenya, Togo, Benin. I just came from Ghana. And this was my 10th visit to Ghana. And going there every time, this was made in Ghana. So you see, and I went to Ghana, and you'll see that in that space, there is often the piece around patriarchy. You will be surprised to see, and you see it here in the GTA, a woman might be pregnant. You will see that she has one on the shoulder, one on the hand, and the man walks to the... Do you not see those things? And when you look at that, People would remind us that a man is the head of the household. And I'm not here to debate the scriptural pieces, but what I'm here is to talk about is about relationship and how it is that women are valued and women are perceived. And I went into one of the interior region in Ghana, in Asinfosu, and we were there, and I sat in that area, and then, in getting there, I saw the woman, Prince Nana, and there is Queen Nana, and there is the king, who is in charge of a village, and they're even more powerful than the politician. And I sat there, and then they brought me water to wash my hands. And I'm thinking, oh my God, what is this? What is happening here? It so happened now that I washed my hands, and my other colleague who is with me, she's from Jamaica, she looked at me and she gave me a slight kick under the table. She said, please don't say nothing. I want to leave here safely. Please behave. Please, we are in Africa. We don't know nobody. So I said to her, I cannot promise you that I'll behave. I will do my very best. But by the time we entered the end of meal, I said to King Nana, is it possible that we can do the dishes? The wife said, no, this is my due, this is my role. I said, no, I would like to show the king how I do dishes from the Caribbean, because you have just given me your meal. And those of us who are from the Caribbean, we know about the soap water, we know about the rinsing water, and we know about the draining. Listen, I grew up with my grandmother. So I tell you, the wife looked at me and she's like, no, we should not be doing this. The long and short of the story is that having spent a week and 4 days within that community, by the time I left, the king was washing dishes. By the time I went back there, we were in that space, and I just came from there, and he said to me, how did you get me to be in a place where you challenge my authority and patriarchy? I said, because I don't want you to be in a place where your wife died and you have to find another one. Because she'll be walking constantly being the mother, constantly being the... And I said, you sit there and you do nothing. How could that be fair? And you see it here in our society when we begin to talk about domestic violence, because one of the first things that you see in domestic violence is that people tell you that it is only physical. And what do I mean by physical violence? It's saying here that these are all the forms. We'll come back to it in such a way. And you will hear physical involves pushing, throwing, kicking, slapping, grabbing, punching, biting, holding, restraining, breaking of bones. I had a woman whose husband, 4 years ago, from the Caribbean, the doctor had indicated to her that due to challenges, the black women are suffering a lot with the ovaries and the challenges and the fibroid. And that was her last opportunity of giving birth. And that man kicked that woman several times on that day. She did lose the baby. And then he said to her, you're of no use to me now because you cannot give me what I want. And she attempted suicide on 3 occasions. When we talk about physical abuse, you may see people coming to work with a scar, and they put in the mascara and the makeup, and they may try to put the braids to cover it, and they put on the wig and whatever the case might have been. It is not always an indication of domestic violence. But what it requires of us, and I will share with you how we do that, is to, when in doubt, ask a question and have conversation. You will not know somebody's in that situation by them just asking you like that. They will tell you, no, I ran into the doorway, I slipped, I fall. You see it in some of the movies. When there is a relationship, people will tell you what's happening. And you may find that in some cases, there was a gentleman that came in and he said, sir, you have to understand, may not touch the woman. May not do the woman nothing. All I did was go in the backyard and I just take the spade and I started to dig a grave. He said, may not do nothing to her. All he went is into the backyard and he started digging a grave. If you're there in the back of your house, and let's say you're in North York, and this man digging a grave, what do you think he's doing? He ain't planting. So she began to be like, what's going on? And then he said every single day, he would dig a little bit and a little bit. And she's asking, the sisters, those in the church, what should she do? And, some sisters in the church tell her, God don't like divorce. We got to trust the Lord. We got to pray for a breakthrough. And we got to see what God is doing. And, and I heard somebody said to her, if you and see what he's digging there, I'm letting you know, he's about 4 feet. You have 2 more before you go in it. And she had to run for her life. He was charged, and this history will move on. Does this thing happen in Canada? Yes, it does. We are here talking about verbal and nonverbal abuse. And here you will see that when we see, in many cases with women, part of one of our greatest struggle is that when you deal with relationship, you will see that you are now the witness or the victim of constant shame, put down, embarrassment. And you know, when we're from the Caribbean, you know one of the things that a lot of our men love to do, especially when we have vinegar in our mouth, which is what I call the liquid vapor, they would begin to first attack you about your physical shape. The same woman who you were with for all these years, but should have gained a little weight over that period. The first thing they start telling you is that how you get so big, and you get so fat, and the boobs don't stand up, and all the kind of things that you know that you struggle with as a woman. That's the area where the verbal comes in to tell you exactly who you are. And I've seen women, the point is to put you down and to make you feel so bad and to make you feel awful about yourself. And at the end of the day, when you're a person that have no value over yourself and you don't believe you're nobody, then you're walking around hoping that you might become somebody. And so you see people standing on the road, you see them standing in church or at the altar, and you don't know what they're going through because people have been crossed and crucified, and we have a tendency to do it even in our own spaces because sometimes we don't understand what people are going through. I just had a woman who was diagnosed with diabetes there, and she started losing weight. And when she went into the church, everybody, that's the first thing they comment, "Are you losing something? What happened to you? What going on, girl?" Some of we're not sensitive, and we're not in a place to understand. Or it could be the other way around. This person is going through hormonal changes, and the doctors put them on, "Girl, how you get so fat? What happened? You eating all the food?" And I had to remind a group of full-figured women the other day that, you know, constantly when you're reminded about your size and you're reminded, especially when we use the word fat and we use the word you get big, you let them know and you remind them you are built for comfort, not for speed. So you let them know that you have everything that keeps you going. Because at the end of the day, if you don't get into that place to reassure yourself and to do self-talk, you will walk around. You're nobody. You're no good. Nobody likes me. Because your self-esteem and your self-worth is now damaged. That is why I believe, and I don't know about this local church, but I don't know if you have the older women's ministry and you have the younger women's ministry. If you don't, because the older women are to teach the younger women. Because nowadays we're in a system whereby I cannot tell you anything else, but if I can break your self-esteem, if I can break your self-worth, if I can break who you are, then I've gotten to the core of you. And you will see quite clearly that when we talk about verbal abuse, we're talking about constant embarrassment. I remember in a church I did some presentation with about 4 or 5 years ago. And you know what happened? The woman was in the parking lot I was coming in, and she said to me, "Nobel, the first service is finished. Is it possible that I can get some?" And then he gave her $10. And she said, "But no, I'm going to the supermarket." So she said, "Give me the card." And he looked at her. And I'm thinking in my mind, you know, look at what this... And you could see he gave her another 20. And she said, "Well, no, I have to..." And persons were wrong. And he gave her another 20, another 20. And she just said, "That's okay." She was beginning to feel the state of embarrassment because of the dependence there. Here we talk about verbal abuse. And then we continue along with the fact that we know what's happening with sexual abuse. And we see what's happening, and people would ask yourselves, you know, and you don't have to worry over that. What I will do is that I'll email the presentation to the folks, so you'll have a copy of it as well as some other resources. All right, so don't worry over that. I'll get it to you. And then what you'll find happening is that in many spaces, you will find that women are constantly told about their bodies and the sexualization of their bodies. Women are also told, you know, men use pieces around smell, and you're not good. And you hear it every day. And the intent of it is to bring you down to the lowest so that you have no sense of self-esteem. And as far as we're concerned, in many situations, there are women who will say, and their argument will say, "Is there anything as marital rape in this country?" Yes, there is. So when women say, you know, I'm just not in that place, because how do you expect? And there is something that I teach called the cycle of violence. And very quickly how it works is that, you know, you're in the household, you get flowers, you get everything. And the moment there's a little bit of frustration, you get the name calling. And after the name calling, you get the anger. And after the anger, you get the violence. And oh God, baby, I'm so sorry. You know I didn't mean it. You get flowers again. And then we make up. And then we break up. You get violence. And then you get flowers. And people have been living in this cycle. And that comes a point in time when you realize that enough is enough. And you have to get into a place because of the type of abuse, both physically, emotionally, and sometimes otherwise. You have to ask yourself, is that what you want for yourself? And those are questions you need to ask. And when we get into that place, you'll find that people are told to disintegrate, to find themselves into places, to do other things, and to find ourselves into that place. I want to share with you, am I being recorded? Is it being recorded? Okay. Let me not use that example. I was going to use a keen example that happened during the pieces, but as a therapist, I want to be careful with the example I use. But let me go back to the fact that sometimes we have to look at stalking. As women, even your phones, sometimes you may not even know the car you're driving in is distract. And you say, where did you come from? Oh, I just went to No Frills. Where did you come from? Oh, I just went to No Frills. I'm going to ask you for the last time, where did you come from? You did not go just to No Frills. How he knows that? How he knows that? You'll be surprised to know how you can be tracked. Your phone as well. There are technologies where they can put their phone over your phone, and every message that you get as a text from your sister or your mother, and I know your mother influencing you, I know it's your mother who's telling you to leave me, because she never liked me since I was there. But I understand it's your sister, and you're like, how does he know that? There are ways in which they can put the phone over your phone, and every message you get, it comes on their phone. It happens. I was going to say it's normal, but it happens. Everybody want to check their phone now? Because you see, and that's what we talk about stalking. And sometimes when I've seen women who said to me, Shane, I have not experienced physical violence, but every time they have to go somewhere, they have to ask permission. They have to ask permission a week in advance. They have to get all of those pieces simply because I need to know where you're at. I need to know where you need to be, all because it's about power and control. I therefore submit to us today that there's also the piece around economic and financial abuse. And you're seeing that today. And when I'm teaching at one of the universities, and the majority of persons in my social work class now are all females. And it's so good to see so many women who are becoming enterprising, because you know what happens in the Caribbean? The majority of the women are what? Homemakers. The majority of the women, and when I hear men say to me, my wife doesn't work, she's just at home. So I say, who cook? Who cleans? Who take care of the babies? Who go to the laundry? And you give, and I remember the first day when I spent the first week with my first daughter, I was praying for her to come home. And then when you get the second one, it's as though they have a rhythm. One sleeping now and one waking up the next. And I don't know how you did, but God bless you as women. Because this is not something that is only innate and instinct, but it's a special gifting and a special anointing that, clap for yourself, because that women have. And I'm telling you, most men are not able to even stand half of the day. What time are you finishing work? You're home quick. Because at the end of the day, you see it with those of you who have children, and your children, simply because we're not in that place. And when we come into that place, when you don't realize that doing things at home, cooking and baking, and you have to think about, what meal do I cook today? Yesterday I did soup. The day before I did jerk chicken and rice and peas. Let me try some ground provision and saltfish and ackee today, and let me try this. Because you have to find ways to do something different. Because you know how we are picky and I don't want this and too much oil in that. Let me tell you, you're now becoming a designer, you're becoming a homemaker, a menu person. You have to find ways to do it. And don't underestimate that thing. And if you're in a situation like me, in my household, where I'm a vegetarian, may God help you. Because you now have to cook, instead of cooking one pot, you have to find something else to cook for me. Listen. And not just that, the person might be a vegetarian, but the person may also say to you that I don't want this and that, I don't want egg, I don't want this, I don't want that. And you have to figure out different pots, different things. Let me tell you, that's a gifting. Not everyone could do that. It's stressful, it's tiring, and it's cumbersome. When we talk about economic abuse, I say to men, put a price on all that a woman is doing on a daily basis. And you'll be surprised to see how much it actually cost. My dear sisters, when we talk about financial abuse, in this country here, you get what you call OW, Ontario Works. Some of us may have had to be on it because you know what it is. It's now called ISS, which is now Income Security, whatever. I met with them yesterday because they're looking at a program for changing it for women. So I met with the directors yesterday, and they were talking about the ISS, but they still call it OW. And they were just talking about the fact that you'll get $500 and something. When you go to Walmart in the early days, maybe 10 years ago, you could have left Walmart with 4 bags and you have change. When you break the dollar, you have to look to see where the rest of the money gone, because it's as though it's a reality. When you go in there, have you not seen the prices of things? And then they're asking you, when you give you $100 to buy flour, sugar, milk, it can't do it. And the abuse that you have to go through is to take the little that you have to make much, and take the little that you have not only to make much, but to create variety. That's stress. And it's very challenging. And that is why it's so important, and I hope this church does have it. When I go into, and we could probably talk about that later, you should never be able to have the union of young people getting married without you first going through a rigorous process of premarital counseling. God forbid, like the Africans say, God forbid. He forbid, oh, you have to make sure that they go through the process, because you know what happens? When things go wrong, they're coming right back to the altar here on a Sunday morning. And they say, oh God, sister, you know what they're going through? No, I don't know. Tell me. If I tell you, it's going to be from now until then. Do you have to ensure that you have strong? And you know who have to teach them? You, the women who have had the experience. You don't have to have any degrees like me, but you live it. You see it. You know it. And nothing that you have been through could have been written in book, because this is your lived experience. You have been there. You have done that. And you understand what it means when you are dealing with the emotional, the financial, the otherwise. And that is why it's so important. And the Bible even reminds us, the older women have to teach the younger women. Because they get into there and you see that they're talking about the control and the this, and you have your driver's license and you still can't even drive. This is what happens. I want you to understand, I'm coming to a more intimate part now, spiritual abuse. Good thing is, once you're inviting me here, so I'm coming back. So I'm saying everything today, so you'll have it there and we see what's going to go on. When we go back to the piece around the premarital, I want to let you know that this is something that can help you. You have to make sure you have to have it. I had a couple the other day that they were in the early 30s. And when I begin to say to them, can we talk a little bit about your budget? They said, oh no, we're good, we both work. I said to them, so what if one person loses their income? So let's assume one person is making $2,000 and one person is making $1,500. I said to them, do you understand that your household income, which is what we call the income and expenditure, and what we call the cost-benefit analysis, your cost must be lower than the amount that you're bringing in. Because if it is more, you're not what's happening. They said, no, we're good. You know, we're going to make it. I said, it's good now. But when it reaches the road, what happens? I said to them, I'm going to give you 2 principles. 1, delay the marriage for a little bit until you're a little bit more stable. No, we love. I said, if you want to have sex, that's a different thing. But I said, delay the marriage for just a bit. So that you can solidify a little bit more money. You can do this, you can do that. They tell me no. I said, what if one person loses their job, and he loses the job who's making $2,000, and already the rent was $950. They have car payments, no children, insurance, gas, all of the pieces. They said, no, we would make it. I said to them, having done this for a while, you will not. If you do encounter a challenge, 7 months after that, they both came to my office. Can we book an appointment? And I'm telling you, they didn't come as lovey as they were before, because she stand up there, and you know, and he stand up there, and I could have seen, and I knew exactly what. So I said, come on in. And I said, we're not going to go around beating around the bush. What's happening? They said, we think we may want a divorce. Do you know the divorce wasn't the problem, you know? But it was the inability to cope with limited finances because he had lost the job, no fault of his, and they were not able to pay the bills. And they said to me, and you know the good old reminder, as you come from when you come from an elderly family, I told you so. Today, they have moved back in with one of the parents. they're still married, and they're doing very well. It's solvable, but it takes an input, because some other person would have said to them, go ahead. I said, you need to go back home. You need to go back home. They did go back home. We need to now determine that if you're living home and you're in the city, we need to get rid of the car for now. And they had to make some hard choices, but today they're doing well. They're almost to the point where they have enough money now to put on for a deposit for a house. And every day you see they come and they say to me, oh, but as I told you, because when you come into that place, this is what you teach the folks. When we talk about relationships, I give them 5 principles. Number 1, if a relationship ought to be successful, the first principle that you must have is effective communication. You must learn to communicate to each other. If you ain't talking and you ain't this and you ain't that, I can tell you emotionally and otherwise, if you're not able to connect with each other in decision making, you will end up with difficulties. You must learn to communicate and communicate with the hard things. I have seen people in relationship who have to communicate and say, I just came from the doctor and the doctor said I'm diagnosed with this. I just came from this and I just came from that. And I'm telling you, these are some of the realities. You must learn to communicate. Secondly, you must be able to become good stewards of the finances that you have. I can tell you, I have seen money make and break some things. I've seen money pull people together, and I've seen money pull people apart. And when I say the money, I'm talking about the resources as well. Because you may have one kind of household, but you go in 2 different directions. Then when you are able to communicate well, when you are able to manage financial resources, the third piece that you must be able to do, which is one of the pieces that they're not able to do very well, is about managing interference. All of the in-laws and the different people that come to interfere in a relationship. You have to learn how to manage those. You know, I remember telling a Jamaican woman the other day that you need to go home and leave the people to leave their relationship. She told me, you don't know me. You don't know who I am. When I finish pray for you, the Jehovah God, he go deal with you. I say, he go deal with you too. Because you're breaking up a relationship. The girl putting her things in the house as you want. The mother said, I don't want that curtain. This is what I want. She goes into the bedroom of them and she removes all of the items. She puts them where they want to do it. You don't believe this thing happened? She moved the things in the household. And the wife became like, she doesn't know what to do. This to me is not only disrespect, but has bad manners. Know your place. I said, go back to Jamaica. Spend a little 6 months there. And when you take by yourself with some sea salt, a lackey and salvage, then come back. The woman did make the decision. She went back. And you should see that family just blossom. Interference, I could teach you a whole lesson on that one. And not only interference in terms of in-laws and mother-in-laws, but your jobs could also be an interference. The people around you, your neighbors, setting boundaries. Another thing that is also a big killer, because remember we talk about communication, we talk about finances, we talk about interferences, is the one we call sex and intimacy. And let me tell you this, I ain't going to touch this one today, but it is one of the major significant pieces, if we're not able to address it well, can cause problems. And that is why I have a couple of individuals who are in that space that we talk about domestic violence. She came to church, she got saved, she got delivered, went through the entire process. But whenever it comes to the connecting with her husband, there's always a resistance and a block. And he's like, you know, you have somebody else. I don't understand. And when we went through the therapy, she had been exposed to 2 types of attempted rape when she was younger. And that trauma has never left her. So because she didn't walk through the trauma and she didn't go through those pieces, it was difficult for her whenever it came to that connection. Because I'm telling you, trauma can destroy your life. Holding on to those pieces. And I'm telling you, the frontal lobe processes it, but there's a part in the brain called the amygdala. The amygdala reminds you of what you want to do. And in as much as you're supposed to yield and enjoy what, you know, God has given, marriage is honorable and the bed is undefiled, I'm telling you, you will struggle. Not because you want to struggle, but the past is holding a grip of you. And that is why you have to find another sister or find a therapist or find someone to walk through it with you. And a lot of people, especially women from the Caribbean, you have gone through a lot of hurt and shame and embarrassment. And people tell you, especially when parents get upset, I don't want you, and I wish I didn't have you. And people telling you, and you carry that for years. And you come into church every Sunday, and you know deep within, you're struggling with the fact that your self-esteem is so low. Deep within you, you're struggling with the fact that your mother left you with the grandmother. Deep within the fact, you know that your mother left you, and I'm not telling you this because I've not seen it. My mother saw her mother when she was age 45. She went with the Rangers people in England. So imagine the first time she saw is around my age. How do you connect with a mother who have left you and have gone to England, have had children who are doing well? One is an engineer, one is a finance, and you have stayed in Grenada and you have struggled. Tell me, Mama, I love you. It is painful. And you carry this. And so whenever I teach about the Windrush, all of these people, those who do, all of us who know, they have migrated to England to help and build this place and the colony and the wealth. And the only thing you remember is getting 2 little slippers, and you remember getting sweetie and something once a year. And you're so glad because it's better than the one you had. And it happens, and people are damaged because it is important that you get the presence, which is the presents, but you're missing that presence of a love. Oh, I love you, darling. You are my daughter. Come here. And it damages you. And you went on to have children, and it passes on to them, and it passes on to them. That's what we call the generational curse. And when we talk about spiritual abuse here, there are times that we see it in church when it is that we are in a space where we fail to understand and realize that in many regards, when we talk about the relationship and the partnership, a lot of the times we have sometimes, especially if you may be in church as a woman and your husband is not. You understand? I'm not going to get into unequal yoke, but I'm just talking about generally the struggle that it is. And I want to add more pieces. I have seen pastors who have slapped their wives. I have them in my practice. So I've seen pastors. The pastor lost his school. I had to tell, you sound like a joke, but serious business. I have a pastor right now in my therapy. And I said to him, he slapped her. And I said, but pastor, and I had to hit him. I said, but pastor, you use that right hand and you give the wife the apostolic, the evangelistic, the teacher, the whole fivefold ministry. And he started to cry. And you know me, I'm not giving you no tissue, because it's serious business. What could have gotten to that point that he comes to church and people in the church didn't even know? And he slapped that woman. And he came to me, well, I'll deal with him accordingly. And you know what was happening? He went through decades of his own violence as a child, seeing what he was brought up in, and have not dealt with it. And as a result, anger resonates inside of you. And what happens with anger is that it palpitates inside of you. And there is something we call the zone of tolerance, which is your ability to regulate. And some people can't regulate well. The moment they move into a place where they get upset, they move from 0 to 10. And that is what we call the piece where they get into that place and you said, oh my God, but just calm down. And let me tell you, that place up there is where they lose every sense of thinking and they hit and they go through. And then some of them might be in a space where we talk about spiritual abuse. They have the wife and they still have the keeper. You know about the keeper? The little cushion on the side now. The little person on the side, and you have to go through those. It happens. And I don't know many of you are aware that when we look at spiritual abuse, oftentimes you see some people are made to engage into spiritual activities. Some people have to do all kind of things, drink all kind of things. You'll be surprised to see what some people have to go through. And the initiation process. We were talking last night here about arranged marriages. It's still happening in Canada. It still have arranged marriage happening. I've been to India, I've been to Nepal, I've seen the pieces around persons who have to be arranged for their marriages. We have seen as well that some people, when you see them, there are certain traditional practices that are far from what you anticipate. When we come to spiritual abuse, it is also important that we understand that people are at different levels in their faith. And if you're expecting me to be like you, I'm not you. And as a result, we have to be able to gain that peace. And so the 5 pieces that we mentioned, as I told you, we must manage the communication. We must manage the ability to deal with the finances. We must deal with the interferences. We must deal with the sex and intimacy. And one of the major ones that destroys relationship, that leads often to domestic violence, is when we address the pieces of unplanned events and situations. 1, diagnosis with cancer. 2, losing your job. 3, having to relocate for something. And one of the ones that are happening right now is one that is of infertility. There's a lot of people walking around now and they're struggling. And oftentimes the women get the blame because it's you. But the research is now telling us a significant proportion of men, when it comes to when they have done the SCAR test, which is a sperm analysis, is telling you that the viral load is just not enough to be able. And that could be for many reasons. That is why you have to do what you call men's health in the church, reminding men about the way they eat, reminding men about the way they take care of themselves, and about the pieces, especially because there is a propensity, once you reach into that age of 40, 45 as a black man, if you develop diabetes, you know what happens. It not only affects the eyesight, but it affects and creates problems with erectile dysfunctionality. And as a result of that, it begins to affect the sperm. And we have to talk about those things in the church. Because if it is you the problem, I'm the problem, and then let me wrap up with you today and share with you a few pieces. Are you in an abusive relationship? Or do you know someone that is? It often comes with your partner controlling. It often comes with the partner diminishing you, the violent threat, the partner's lack of their own control in their own behavior, the self-loathing and the numbness. If you're in that relationship, then you need to seek the necessary help. I believe there are people here in this church, in this community, tons of resources here in Toronto that can help you. And you may ask you, how do I know if I am in that place where my relationship is in trouble? Look at what it says here. 1, you have bruises, physical abuse, depression and crying. This is emotional and psychological. You see some people in the workplace and you know something is just wrong. I was speaking to a colleague and she said, I just got into the office and I just broke down. You don't want to go about telling everybody your business, but there might be that one person you might feel confident in to share. And once depression steps in and you start crying and you start experiencing loneliness and withdrawal, the good thing that we do here in Canada is that we're very good at medication. We're so good at it. I can tell you how many feel. They give you some Wellbutrin, some Percocet, they give you something, and you stabilize, you feel good. Every time you feel bad, you take it. That's called codependency. As opposed to in that moment, what you really probably need is someone to speak to, someone to be able to empower you and remind you of your value and your worth. Sometimes in that moment, you get into that place where you have to remind yourself that it's about a spiritual breakthrough, and you remind yourself about God's goodness and His grace and His mercy. It is about that point in time when you have to come back to your spiritual anchor and remind yourself the anchor holds. And it gives us solid. And you remind yourself that all the other sand is sinking sand. But Christ, the solid rock, I stand. And when you get into that place, I want to remind you quite clearly here that the society have a role to play. What is the society? Police, court, gender-based violence intervention. And I have news for you today. In Canada, we don't have preventative mechanism to say, I can go and say to somebody, except private counseling, that, I have a problem. This is what. You know what you have to do? You have to hit the person and then they put you in the partner assault response program. That's how the system works. I want to let you know that this is why the church, and I'm hoping that, you can start up these pieces of conversation and dialogue. And very quickly, not only do we do that, but we remind ourselves that as you begin to do that, the person who have experienced it may take a long time to seek help because it doesn't happen just overnight. Why do some women stay in relationship? Low self-esteem, fear of losing their children, the fear of retaliation, lack of financial resources. And you have seen the results of what the domestic violence do. Therefore, I end with you on saying to you that when you develop your safety plan or you seek counseling, and you get someone to talk to, remember, no one knows that inner peace but you. And when you feel as though you're not at peace, you know that something is troubling you. As we conclude today, I'm going to invite the floor for maybe 1 or 2 questions that you probably have had burning, and then we'll wrap up.
We do have the mics here again, so if there are any questions, you can either just put up your hand, let us know, and we can ask the question on your behalf, or you can ask directly.
Thank you for coming today. I noticed all the 3 speakers tied in with some of the stuff them. But you were talking about helping the younger generation. What I find, even in church, the younger generation is different from our growing up, because you try to counsel them. They would want in their marriage, they want to get a Louis Vuitton and they want to do this. When we're growing up, we know we want to have a house, we want to have something, but they are more materialistic. So sometimes it's very hard getting through to our young people. So how do we go around trying to convince them and help them? It's not that the church or we're not helping them, but they have a mindset, the career first and everything come after. It's different from the way we were growing.
So 2 things to answer that question very quickly. 1, we live in a different society. And the way in which we were brought up is not the same way here. The culture, the North American style and ways. And what I want to remind you of is that parenting back then is different than parenting here. And so whereas you'd have gotten 2 slaps out, you would have been, the child would remind you, you hit me, I'm calling 911. So you're reminded in a different society. But that doesn't at least say forget that we should not engage in parenting. I encourage you to realize the battle is hot, but you have to determine that you'll win. And so you develop a space and a culture whereby the physical, the emotional, the spiritual, and other things are taught within the household. And you also recognize that you're helping children to understand they have a right to education, but they also have a responsibility to do well. So rights and responsibility. And the third thing you want to remind them is that in that society where we're living in, as fast as they're going through the process, sometimes you hear, who can hear would feel. And when they learn and they experience, then they begin to say, oh, that's what mommy would say. God forbid, we don't want that to happen, but I encourage you that within those spaces, the parenting classes, the resources, because it's difficult raising the children.
We just have another question back here.
One of the things that I have a problem with is that with grandparents and grandchildren that have grandchildren, their effort to deal with this pronouns that they're dealing with in school right now. 2 years ago, I went to visit the school that my granddaughter was going to go to, and the principal said to us as we were visiting, he said, if the child comes to school and they're called Patsy, we will call them Patrick, and we're not saying anything to the parent. So now it's beginning to come out really in the schools. So how do you help your children and your grandchildren and to keep abreast with all of this difference that's going on? I find it very difficult.
And the real answer to that is that there is no real answer. Because we live in an ever-changing society and a society that is evolving. And as I can tell you, one of the ways in which we deal with this is that you'll say to individuals, and like someone who have worked in the bank, when you go to the bank to work, they never teach you all the fake money. They teach you the real legitimate money. And they say anything outside of that, you will find it to be not the real. And so in as much as you will see that our society is evolving, you will hear when you go on spaces, it's no longer sex now, but it's gender. You will see that you have to make sure that you use the pronoun. He, she, they, them, and I can introduce you another one today that might get you even more seated, Z. There is a new pronoun we call Z. Z-E-E, and I could come back and teach it a whole other day. But you have all of those pieces that say to us that as society evolves and as society changes, you will find that we have to become not only relevant, and there's a thing that I teach called the church's understanding of the relevance. You remember when the men of Issachar had understood the times they were living in? If you don't understand the times, you get left. And so as a result, you have to be able to say, this is what is expected, this is what is happening. And the responsibility of that is that it starts at home, in the church, in the school, and in the community.
We
Oh, okay.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for sharing the information that you've shared with us. It's not a question, but more a comment. I work in the same field as you, so I'm very equipped with this information. I work for the PARS program as well, so it's my background. But something you didn't really mention that I thought would be helpful to everyone here is we talked about, of course, domestic violence and how that works, what it looks like. But when there's children in the home as well, even if it's two parents that are having an abusive exchange, whether it's verbal or physical, when the children are present and they can hear that information, that's also emotional and psychological abuse to the child in the other room. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because when it comes to abuse, it's a learned behavior. So even though it's between two adults, when a little boy hears how his mother speaks to his father, he either repeats the abusive behavior or he becomes the victim of abuse. So it's important for all of us, for our children and grandchildren, to know that the abuse that takes place between the adults, it's affecting our kids, and they're learning the behaviors that we're not intentionally teaching them, but we're raising either the abuser or the victim. So I just want to mention that.
And thank you for raising. I did have it in one because I had to switch to the slides. That's why I didn't mention it. But one of the things I remind you of in that situation is that when children are exposed, they either become victims or perpetrators, or the impact upon them we're seeing nowadays is that they lack coping skills, and their first survival mode is suicide. It is one of the most rampant. And if the suicide is not completed, you will have many attempts. Because I don't want to be in this world. And when I hear women say, I have to stay for my children, it's a reality, but you ask why. Self-harm and all of those pieces. Cutting and all of those type of behaviors. Last question.
Right here.
Sorry, thank you very much for the information. It's very informative. And this is more of a way I think we can be our brother's keeper. I once saw a show where a manager suspected that her staff was being abused. And every time the staffer came in with a bump, a cut, a broken finger, she made note of it on her calendar. That was used to persecute the abuser and jail him.
And I will say to you that in a situation like those, one of the things that we do, like you're having today, in the community and inviting everybody, that's the best and most appropriate way, because you're building community-church relationship, so somebody can find someone who they can talk with and share with and be able to suckle back with in that way.
Just a quick comment to what the lady said earlier. As a youth growing up in church, I was one of those youth that looked for good role models. So not all the youth in church don't want to hear your stories. I think we have to be careful in how much of your stories that you share. Because sometimes I find adults, as I was growing up, it was all the bad stories. And I don't want to hear the bad stories because that's not what I'm trying to model. So for me as a youth, I clinged to those women in church that showed me that they were solid in their Christianity, right? Because when you're solid, I can follow you. If you're all over the place and you're talking about everybody else's bad experience, I was one of those youth, I didn't want to hear it. Because I believe we can live in a world where you don't have to have all of that stuff happen. And as I grew, if I have the mindset that I don't have to fall into that trap, that's all I know. So I think it's important for us to just keep mirroring the behavior that Christ wants us to mirror as women. Yes, we're gonna have good and bad experiences. The youth, they may not cling on to that information today, but when they're in a situation, they will remember what you have shared with them. So I can't eat all the food you're giving me right now, but I'll get hungry later. Another quick point, abuse of prescription drugs. Abuse of prescription drugs is actually affecting a lot of families. It's affecting the church. It's affecting our children. So just to tie into what Janine and some other individuals were saying, when you have health conditions, if you can use natural remedies along with what the doctor is saying, it's okay, because the infiltration of the prescription drugs, it's killing our homes, it's killing our kids, and it's killing our church. And I think we need to start to address that probably in another session.
Thank you very much for that last comment. And I will just repeat very finally with the one you raised about the growing up. Many of us know that we grow up our children giving them everything and absolutely what they need, and they may not have heard all of the bad stories, and they still choose a different direction and a different pathway. And the harsh reality is that what I would always encourage in situations like those is around the reality, one, and about a balance. Because if you don't teach them, somebody else is ready, willing, and able. And you see it with the music, you see it with the culture, you see it with the TV, you see it with their friends, you see it in other forms of what's happening. And so it behooves us, and we are admonished that we should not cover the pieces that are happening, but face the harsh reality that when we talk about men and boys, men don't cry. Or you hear them, and I'm telling you, when I look at the men and you see they come into the session, it all depends on what happens and goes on in there. And so when we begin to empower men to talk about feelings and emotions and what's happening, and we get men to tap into it, you'll see men, because I have tons of men who come in, sometimes nothing is wrong with the relationship, and they come in and say, "Sir, how do I become a better person?" Because it's about improvement. I have some persons who say, all the men are just bad. That's not true. And you have people saying, you know what, me, I'm not getting married because it's this, that, and the other. And your experience may not be my experience. And as a result, what we need to do is to begin, one, we have to create a space within like these where there's an opportunity for content, getting the right information. Two, we have to make a sense of self-accountability. We are responsible for our learning and our journey and our process. You cannot blame everybody else for taking responsibility for yourself. And three, you have to make a level of self-commitment whereby you choose between this one, or choose not at all. Because in essence, if you choose left, right, or choose the middle, you still make a decision. And as a result, I'm encouraging us today, like we have done, to continue to get knowledge, because knowledge is wealth and knowledge is power.
Can we give him a round of applause? He was late, but he was on time. Thank you for making this topic both really easy to listen to, but it's still weighty. Thank you, Shane. We appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, that being said, we are going, yes, almost. If we could just get the ushers coming. Now, this conference, every year, it is free. It is absolutely free. And we want to keep it that way for years to come. But we do have other programs that we have, and we just want to ask if you can give a donation today. We have ushers coming around with baskets. If you can give a donation as little or as much as you can, we will not refuse. If you want to dig really, really, really deep into your pockets, we won't refuse that. So we're going to take a minute to just have offering. Ushers, if you could just make your way through the building to do some sort of, to do donations. Now, while you're also going into your bags, can you guys also locate your lunch ticket? That little ticket, oh, good, you got it. It might be yellow, or it might be red.
It might be this, or blue or red.
Yes, thank you, Crystal. Blue or yellow or red. Everybody got their ticket? Okay, good. Hold on to it because you're going to need it for lunch so we know what you are going to get. If you are yellow, that means you're a vegetarian. If you are blue, that means you're going to get a regular lunch, right? Okay, good. So, but before we get started, I'm going to ask Sister Audrey if you could just do a quick prayer for the donation as well for lunch.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. We just thank you this afternoon, Lord, for your goodness. We thank you for your mercies. We just thank you for the nuggets we have received, Lord. And we're asking you that you will continue to bless us. Right now, we're about to have lunch. We're asking for your blessings on it, Lord. We're asking you that we would eat healthy to the nourishment of our bodies. We're asking you for your divine blessing, Lord, that our bodies will be of service to you. Thank you for the hands who have prepared it. And right now, Father, we thank you for the offering that has been given. I pray that you will also bless it, that it will continue to do and go to the extension of the gospel. We glorify you and we give you thanks. In Jesus' name, amen.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, I am going to ask the ladies who are at lunch, are we ready to get started? Yes? I got a thumbs up, okay. All right, so we're gonna go row by row. We're gonna have our usher, our head usher, is going to be giving direction. We're gonna be going row by row. Just make sure you have your ticket in hand, please.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back, welcome back. Did everyone enjoy their lunch? Yeah? Belly full? Feeling nice? Okay, okay. We had a really blessed morning this morning, and we're going to continue that this afternoon. Just to note, if anyone needs to take a second away, maybe they need someone to even pray with them, you could speak to any of the people here that are helping. We showed you with the pink pin. There's a room upstairs, a prayer room, that you can also go to if you need to access at any point in time. Feel free to walk away at that time.
If you need some direction to that room, again, just look for the ladies with the pink pin on their shirt, and they'll be able to direct you to that room. All right, so we're going to move on to our next session, which is Teresa Antoinetti, excuse me. I'm gonna have to put on my glasses for this. I can no longer read or trust my eyes to be able to read. Oh boy. I always thought I'd have eyes that would be able to work when I wanted them to. Anyways, Teresa is an emergency disaster services specialist with the Salvation Army. Teresa was raised in the vibrant city of St. John's, Newfoundland. Beautiful, I love St. John's. From a young age, she displayed a natural inclination towards helping others, demonstrating compassion and empathy beyond her years. This characteristic would shape her future and lead her down a path of service to those in need. Inspired by her desire to make a positive impact, Teresa joined the Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services, a renowned organization dedicated to providing aid during the time of crisis. With her dedication and commitment to service, she quickly became an invaluable member of the team. One of the defining moments in Teresa's life came in the aftermath of the tragic events of 9/11. Not only did she contribute her skills and expertise locally in Newfoundland, she also answered the call to assist in New York. Teresa witnessed firsthand the devastation and despair that unfolded in the wake of the terrorist attacks. Her unwavering dedication and tireless efforts were instrumental in providing essential assistance to the affected communities, offering support, comfort, hope to those who had lost so much. Throughout her career, Teresa has demonstrated exceptional leadership and management skills. Recognizing her ability to inspire and motivate others, she took on roles that allowed her to oversee and coordinate teams, volunteer teams, and first responders. Her adeptness in managing people, combined with her strong organizational skills, ensured that resources were allocated effectively and efficiently, maximizing the impact of their humanitarian efforts. While Teresa's involvement in 9/11 remains a significant milestone in her career, her contributions to disaster relief efforts extended far beyond that fateful day. From assisting communities devastated by natural disasters to supporting individuals affected by personal emergencies, she's continually demonstrated her unwavering commitment to serving others. Please put your hands together for Teresa Antoinetti as she comes forward to give us a session on emergency preparedness. Thank you.
Now we have it. There we go. First and foremost,